Chapter 2, Commission Rules and Regulations. In this chapter, we're going to identify standards set by licensing law, and we're going to learn about the Real Estate Commission rules regarding the brokerage business. We're going to explain commissions, regulations for broker business relationships and advertising, which is a big deal. There's going to be a lot from this chapter. And we're going to describe violations and penalties of the license law. For penalties of the license law. Okay, so what are the limitations on salespeople? Well, let's do these highlights. A salesperson may not accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker. Who could you be paid by? Only your broker.
Supervising broker.
Yep. Maintain an escrow account or hold on to funds belonging to others. So when your clients give you money, what do you got to do with it? You got to immediately give it to your broker. They got to do some bookkeeping and put it in their bank account, the escrow account, which is a bank account used only for keeping other people's money. And you cannot work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. You could work you could be licensed in multiple states under a different broker in each state, but in New Jersey, you could only work under one broker at a time. Okay, so you guys got those down?
Yes, sir.
So every broker who's a broker of record in the state of New Jersey must maintain a physical place of business, no virtual offices. The broker may have office in their own home. Okay, let me clarify this. You can't just start a business in the middle of a residential neighborhood. If the broker's house is in an area that's zoned for mixed use, it could be used for commercial or office space or residential. In that situation, a broker can have an office in their own home. But what are the rules on this? Well, it must have a separate entrance visible from the street for the office. It must have a sign with the broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker on that sign. And the office must never be in any of the homes of the broker's associates, any of their salespeople or referral agents, etc. This is to prevent an illegal practice known as license lending.
License lending.
Yeah. Now, who can manage an office? We learned that already.
The broker and the broker salesperson can
Yeah,
manage an office.
you need a broker type license. So a broker or broker salesperson's license is required to manage a main or branch office. Branch office is what we call those secondary offices if your brokerage has multiple offices. So full-time, what is full-time for a supervising licensee?
40 hours.
40 hours.
Nope. That's where
Full-time,
you're trying to get your broker's license. But once you will have a broker or broker salesperson's license and you're a supervisor of an office, you must be physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and you cannot have another job because you're supposed to be in the office supervising, right? Or available to your agents anyway. So let's do the highlights on that stuff now. What we just went over on that previous slide. Now we can do the highlights here. And you may already have this already highlighted with this written here, right? On page 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that from yesterday. Yeah.
Yep. I'll take a screenshot of it.
Yeah, but take care of all this other highlighting here. And down here, you also write to prevent license lending. Now, license lending is like, I told you guys I started my brokerage before I had a broker's license. I hired a broker. Yeah. When I was interviewing brokers, I can't tell you how many people are so willing to violate the law. If the Real Estate Commission wants to crack down on people that are doing illegal stuff, all they got to do is put an ad out there for brokers trying to hire brokers to try to open your own office. And I had so many of these people that are like maybe older people that were already in the business for a while, and now they're like, yeah, I know what you want to do. You want to start your own brokerage. So this is the deal. You're going to pay me this amount of money, and I'm going to get a percentage of all the profits. And you're not even going to see my face in the office. If you get an issue with the real estate commission or they show up, just call me. Just say I'm out showing properties or something, and you know, call me on a cell phone, and I could be reached. And I was like, no, that's not. We don't want to start our business by violating the law. We're looking for somebody who's actually going to help run this business. Why am I going to pay you just for your license? That's
Yeah.
the illegal practice of license lending. Okay. So yeah, we didn't want to do that. All right. You get all the highlights and notes yet, or are you still doing it?
I have a
I got it.
question.
Yeah.
If in terms of so let's just say I decide my home fits into the categories of what needs to be done, right? It has an entrance. I have the sign. Now I'm the broker, but my wife is a salesperson. Is that a violation?
No, you're the broker. It's your house.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I was just wondering, right? Because it still falls
Yeah.
kind of into that, the wife, it's her home as well, right? You're both on it.
Yeah, but
But are they going to
it's
say,
not it's not just her home, it's your home too. So that's different.
okay,
Okay, so here's just a little information. I doubt you're gonna get a question on this, but you never know. So might as well just educate you on it. Every brokerage office has to display the licenses or have them available for public inspection uh, to like the real estate inspectors or anybody from the public that asks to see them. So a lot of brokerages display the licenses for all their agents on the walls and picture frames, but they could also that could be a pain in the ass really for a broker because every time you get a new agent, you got to get a new picture frame, you got to print out the license, put it in a frame, get out the ladder, find a place to post it on the wall, and then when an agent leaves, you got to try to figure out which one is theirs out of all the ones that are hanging on the wall, busting out the ladders again. I found an easy way to do this is just to take a binder, a booklet, a binder with those clear inserts, and you just put all the agents' licenses in there and have it display on the front desk or behind the front desk for available for public inspection. And so that's another way of doing it. Now, the main office has to have copies of the licenses for every agent that works for that brokerage company. Branch offices only have to have copies of the licenses for the agents that are working out of that office that are displayed. So that's basically the rule on that. So let's talk about trust accounts or escrow accounts. These two names are used to describe the same thing. It's a bank account for keeping other people's money and only other people's money in. All right. So your brokers usually have two bank accounts. They have their operating account, which they run their business out of and pay all their bills and your commissions and everything out of. And then they have a trust or escrow account, which is a bank account used for keeping other people's money. Our clients give us down payment or deposit money or whatever it is, whether it's for leases or purchases or what have you. We put it into this bank account to hold it for temporary periods of time. Now, if you're a property management company, this escrow account is going to be a little bit different. It'll have to be interest bearing. Most brokerages have non-interest bearing escrow accounts because trying to calculate for the short period of time that you're going to hold on to somebody's money when they're buying a house, trying to calculate the interest for that short period of time and filing taxes and putting up the paperwork for it, it's a pain in the butt. So most brokers just simply don't deal with it. They just have them non-interest bearing accounts. However, if it's property management where you're going to be holding on to somebody's security deposits for a long term, right? It must be an interest bearing account because the tenants have to be paid their interest on the anniversary of their leases. In case you didn't know that. I don't know if you guys are renters at all, or if you're living with family, or if you own homes. I'm not sure. But if you're a renter, did you know the security deposit that your landlord has? They're supposed to let you know what bank account it's sitting in, where it's sitting, and how much interest it's earning. And then they have to pay you that interest on the anniversary of your lease, whether they give it to you with a check or they reduce your rent on that last month of your lease to give you credit for that interest that your money's earned.
Never knew that.
If they don't do that, the penalty, if a tenant knows their rights and they take the landlord to court over it, the court can compel the landlord to pay the tenant double the entire security deposit that they're holding. Now, the interest is going to be pennies, but that's the tenant's pennies. You got to pay it to them. You can't keep it. And so the penalty is severe for that. It's double the entire security deposit that the landlord would have to pay the tenant if they're not giving them their money. Yeah, a lot of landlords don't know that either, believe it or not. So write these notes and do these highlights here, and we'll go over this stuff on the next slide.
I already got it.
I think we go over it on the next slide too. Yeah. Next couple slides I got about escrow accounts. So just do these highlights right now, and then we'll on page 16 and 17, and then we'll go over the rest.
Yeah, I got it though. I got those.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
So brokers have two bank accounts, like I said. They have an operating account that's used to pay the brokerage bills, agents' commissions, etc. And an escrow or trust account, which is used to temporarily keep other people's money in. So the broker cannot keep any interest earned if it's an interest-bearing account. A broker cannot make a secret profit on their client's money by keeping that interest, just like a landlord can. Account must be clearly marked as an escrow or trust account in the bank's records. Why is that? To make sure that you're getting divorced or you get sued or something happens, nobody else can touch the money that's in that bank account because it ain't yours. Banks know escrow and trust accounts. That's not the account holder's money. That's other people's money that's being held in there. Licensees must give a deposit money to their broker immediately. So you're working with a buyer or a renter and they give you some deposit money or down payment money or whatever it is. You got to immediately turn it over to your broker. You can't hold on to it and wait to see if the deal gets accepted. Okay. I know you say within 5 days of acceptance, you have to give that money to your brokers, but they're not talking about within 5 days of the offer being accepted. They're talking about within 5 days of you getting the money from your client. Okay. So the money needs to be, you need to give that money immediately to the broker, because then the broker has 5 days to put it from the time that you got it from your client. They need to do their record keeping in their escrow books to see who the money came from. Okay, well, there's Jonathan. He's back. Okay, so Jonathan, I was just repeating this for you now. Your clients give you money for deposit or whatever.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It just literally went off.
That's fine. Probably lost the internet connection there for a second. So you get money from your clients. You got to immediately give it to your broker, because your broker has 5 days from the time that you get the money from your clients to make an entry in their escrow record book so that they know who that money's from, what that money's for. Is it for a purchase? Is it a lease? Who's the agent that's working? What property is this for? Brokers need to keep records of that information, how much money they gave us, and then they go deposit it into the escrow bank account. So they got 5 days to do that. So you collect the money from your clients, you immediately give it to the broker so the broker could do their record keeping, and then they got to run to the bank and deposit it. Okay. So you immediately give it to your brokers, and then your brokers have 5 days from the time you accepted the money to get it into the bank account. Otherwise, they could get in trouble with the real estate commission. And one thing you don't want to do is mess around with other people's money. Quickest way to get fined and lose your license. For real estate agents, attorneys, title companies, you screw around with other people's money. Brokers must keep all records accounting for all funds, deposits, and withdrawals in an escrow book, and it must be updated at least once every quarter. Now, brokers must keep bank account slips and escrow records for 6 years. All that original paperwork, not scanned. You don't scan it and just put it in a record somewhere. They need to keep the original papers, the deposit slips, canceled checks, all that stuff. 6 years.
6 years.
Commingling is prohibited. That means the broker mixes their own personal funds in the escrow account with their client's money. That's not allowed. However, these days, the Real Estate Commission realizes that a lot of banks are requiring, they charge fees for having bank accounts. So the broker is allowed to keep a small nominal amount of their own money in the escrow account, as long as they label it in the escrow books, how much they put in there and what it's for, that it's for covering the fees for having the bank account. Now, a broker can't get lazy and just be like, all right, I'm going to put $10,000 in there, so I don't got to worry about these fees for years to come. Okay, it's got to be a small nominal amount, and then you need to keep accounting for it. Written receipts are required for cash deposits. So are you allowed to accept cash?
Yes.
Yes. Funds already in the escrow account that become the broker's commission have to be removed within 5 business days. Otherwise, that could be considered commingling. So we may have for instance, this usually happens with leases, where you could have a lease. We got a listing for a landlord. We're going to charge them, let's just say we're going to charge them 1 month's commission, 1 month's rent as the commission. And we get a tenant. The tenant gives us the 1 month rent and the security deposit, which could be a month and a half of the rental figure, right? So we got 2.5 months of rent as the to put in the bank account, the escrow account. And we get the city inspections done. The start date of the lease comes about, and now the landlords they give the keys to the tenant, and now they want the money from us, right? So we go to give the landlord all the money, but the landlord says, hey, listen, this doesn't make sense. You're writing me out a check for 2.5 months, then I got to write you out a check for 1 month for your commissions. How about you just give me the security deposit and you keep that first month rent as your commission? It makes a lot more sense to do. So if that happens, we have to write down who gave us that authorization, what that money's for, when that happened, and then we need to pull it out of the escrow account within 5 days. Otherwise, that could be commingling, because now that's the broker's money. Right? Okay, so we must provide accounting for any advanced fees that our clients give us if it's over $25. For example, if they pay any advanced fees to help us with marketing costs. Now, most homeowners are not going to give us money to help market their property. We get paid a commission, right? So there are developers, though. If you're working with a builder, for example, they may have an advertising fund set aside and want certain billboards or banners put up or website marketing or whatever it is. If that's the case, we need to put that money that they give us in the escrow account right away, and then we need to give them accounting within 90 days of how those funds are being utilized, if they give them to us to help with marketing costs, Okay, cash deposits and withdrawals from the escrow account. Any cash deposit of $10,000 or more, because we're allowed to accept cash, must be reported to the IRS. Anytime you communicate with the IRS, it needs to be on some kind of special form, right?
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, this spells drama for me. I mean, we're allowed to accept cash from our clients, but real estate's not like a here's the money and now you're walking away with the keys. It doesn't happen like that, right? It's a process. It takes time. So for me, I don't accept cash from people, and I don't accept cash for multiple reasons. Now, can you accept cash?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys are aware you can accept
Yeah.
cash. Do not confuse the advice that I give you versus what you're allowed to do. Okay, so you are allowed to accept cash. However, withdrawals must never be made out to cash because if you write a check out to cash, drop it on the ground, anybody picks it up can cash it. It's good as cash, right? It has to always be made out to a specific person, that person that gave the money. Now, here's some tips, some reasons why I don't think it's a good idea to accept cash, even though you're allowed to. Even wrote that on the slide, even though you're allowed to. If you get robbed, you're responsible for that money, right? If your clients had any counterfeit bills, unknowingly they gave you some money that had some counterfeit bills in there. Well, now you got to also deal with the Secret Service because the bank is going to report that to the Secret Service. They're the ones that investigate counterfeit money, you know. So you may get a visit from the Secret Service. Plus, when you go back to your clients, be like, hey, some of those bills you gave me were cash. We're going to need you to replace that with real bills. It's going to create drama, right? They're going to be like, whoa, you between the time that I gave you the money and you went to the bank, but I gave you the money. I want my money back, and the bank's not going to replace it with good bills, the
Yeah.
counterfeit bills with good bills. So drama, drama, drama. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, and you need to report it to the IRS on specific forms. I couldn't even tell you what those forms are. You know why?
Because you don't deal with cash.
Um, Problem solved. Okay? The best way to avoid the drama, right? Don't start it.
Yeah.
So it's highly suggested to get a certified check or bank manager's check only. I don't even want a personal check from people because a lot of times people keep their money in their savings accounts and then they have to transfer it over to their checking account when they write checks. And they may give us a check and they didn't get a chance to transfer it yet, or the transfer
And it
wasn't
bounces.
completed yet, and then it bounces. I mean, it's a legitimate reason for checks to bounce, and they have the money. However, if somebody gives us money and the check bounces, and we already told
$35.
the other parties in the transaction that we got this money, now we have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in a real estate transaction, even those that we don't represent. So now we got to let the other party know, the seller know, hey, that check we got, it bounced. What do you think that's going to do to your transaction? It could kill it. Doesn't give
Yeah.
exactly a lot of confidence that this person can go through with the purchase, right? They're already bouncing the deposit check. Even though it could be for a legitimate reason. They got the money, they just didn't transfer it in time. Okay, so here's a tip. Make sure return deposits are made out to the person that gave the deposit funds in the first place. I know you guys are not going to be handling this, your brokers are, but this is a tip that I give because sometimes we have family members that help out with that money. They may have written a check out for the deposit money that gave it to us for them for their deposit, for their purchase. And now the deal fell through, so they want the money returned to them. We always write the check back out to whoever originally gave us the check. That's what I do because all it takes is one time dealing with a little bit of drama and you learn to avoid it. I had one person, their family members, they gave the money for the help with the deposit money, and the deal fell through. So I wrote the check back out to the purchaser rather than the family member they gave the money. And then they started yelling and hooting and hollering. Oh, he's got a problem with, I forget if it was gambling or drugs or whatever the hell it was. And why did you give him that money? And I'm like, hell, how am I supposed to know about the family drama? So I made a practice now about it that whoever that, because we got to keep the original checks anyway. So whoever wrote that original check, I don't care who the client is, whoever wrote that original check, I'm writing it back out to them. Okay. That's what that's about. Avoid personal checks and money orders. Money orders are the worst because people can get washed money orders. You don't know it. You're buying a washed money order. It's basically a money order that was already used, that was washed, it was bleached out, and then they reprinted over it and they're reselling it. And now you bought this money order, but the money order is no good. You're not going to find this out till months later when it gets back to the money order company and they're doing their processing of their money orders, and they realize that this one was already paid out and it's no good. So they're going to go back to the bank account that it was deposited to and pull the money out. But by then, that client's long gone, and now they're taking out somebody else's money out of the escrow account. So avoid the money orders, avoid the personal checks if possible. And when buying all cash, sometimes we get people come in here, come on, player. I got the money. I got all cash. I'm buying all cash, Well, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't know you, So I need some kind of proof of funds that you got the money to complete this purchase. It's not like they're coming into our office with a duffel bag full of cash to buy a house, So when somebody's buying all cash, we need a proof of funds letter. It's actually a standard a form letter that the bank manager gives. Now, I don't need to know how much money you have. I don't need to see your bank statements. I just need to know that you have enough money to complete this purchase. So if the purchase is for $600,000, I need you to show a proof of funds letter that's your bank manager looked into your bank account, and as of today, you have $600,000 in there, at least $600,000 in there. And then the bank manager signs off on it, and then they have a stamp on it, and then that's a proof of funds letter. Okay, it's basically just the bank manager verifying that you have that money in your bank account as of now. All right, so here, let's highlight these things. Advanced fees and cash deposits and withdrawals. This is on page 17. This just goes over some of those things that we went over on my previous slide.
I got it. I screenshotted it.
Deb, you there? You getting this screenshot?
Yeah, I got those. I got most of it last night.
From 17. This is for advanced fees and cash deposits.
Yeah, like I was watching your video last night, so I got most of it.
From previous class? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so permanent records, also on page 17. Every broker must keep all records. I know I crossed out here where it says of trust account activity, because we're going to just talk about general record keeping, which applies to trust accounts and everything. Brokers need to keep all records, all original paperwork for 6 years, including bank account statements and stuff like that. Commission checks, bills that were paid for the electric or the rent or the mortgage or whatever it is. They need to keep all records for 6 years, except for 2 things: expired listings and unaccepted offers, which they must keep for 6 months. It makes it a lot easier to remember. Instead of me giving you a list of, well, these things are kept for 6 years and these things are kept for 6 months, that's a harder way to remember. How about I just tell you, they need to keep everything for 6 years except for 2 things: unaccepted offers and expired listings. Boom, 6 months. Easier to remember, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So on page 18, here's where they go over a bunch of different items here. That how will they need to keep them, for how long? This is why I just had you write this in here and just write all records. Makes it a lot easier. Did you get that stuff, though?
Yeah.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. And another slide on that. Brokers keep all records for 6 years: escrow accounts, bank statements, contracts, accepted offers, listing agreements, bills for the rent, utilities, advertising, purchase receipts, commissions paid to agents, and expired listings that once had offers on them, but then they fell through. They need to keep all those for 6 years, except for the following, which only need to be kept for 6 months: unaccepted offers to purchase or lease, or expired listings that never had offers accepted on them. They need to keep those for 6 months. And here's some people who got in trouble. This is from the disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website. Let's see what happened. This person failed to supervise a salesperson under her employ, specifically that the salesperson failed to place the escrow buyer's deposit for property in the escrow account. And the broker salesperson here, who was the office manager, got a $2,000 fine for not supervising their agent who did not give them the money. So you see how brokers can get in trouble,
Yep.
office managers. And then here is their agent that did that. So he got a $2,500 fine.
Oh, those fines not small.
Yeah, you mess around with other people's money, man. They're going to make it sting. You're not going to forget it next time, right?
Yeah, I will never forget those. I ain't want none of those fines.
And let's see, here's another person who got in trouble. They failed to immediately turn over escrow monies they received to their broker to deposit in the escrow or trust account. This person agrees to complete an additional 3 hours of CE in the area of agency, which won't count towards their mandatory hours for license renewal. And they got a $1,500 fine. So the fines can be a little bit less if you also agree to take additional CE classes too.
Depending on the commission, that might be your whole commission check.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. I don't want to have nothing to do with that.
No, you want to keep that money.
I know we are human and we make mistakes, but
yeah,
those are the mistakes you don't want to make.
Hey, listen, the real estate, the real estate commission can be a little bit flexible. However, generally, they could be tough too. Let me give you an example. My ex-wife, she opened up her own school years ago. She had a real estate school for a little while. She opened a real estate school, and then she was Filipino, so she went back to the Philippines, visit her parents when her parents were sick or something. And then they had a tsunami there. Okay, so she was stuck there, wiped out the airport and everything. So she had trouble getting back. It took her a while to get back. It took her a couple of months, like 2 months, to get back. But in the meantime, she finished out a class before she went, and she gave everybody their completion certificates for the course. And then one of her students was like, well, my dog ate it or something happened. She lost it. She can't find it, whatever. She wants another one. And she's like, well, I got my stamp. I could, I have the form, but I don't have the stamp. You have to use the stamp that the Real Estate Commission gave you on that completion certificate. And she has it in her office in the United States, and nobody's there, and nobody got the keys to it but her, And the landlord wouldn't let us, she called me up to see if I could go talk to her landlord. Her landlord wouldn't let me in because I'm not a renter, and, I'm not, the person for that place. So she couldn't give a replacement certificate. And so the student went and she filed a complaint with the Real Estate Commission that she didn't get her completion certificate. And she's like, wait a minute, I did give you a completion certificate. You lost it. And now I'm stuck in the Philippines because of a natural disaster. And when she got back, the Real Estate Commission, they agreed not to yank her license or anything like that, but they still gave her a $500 or $600 fine because she should have put somebody in charge of managing the office while she was away, even though she wasn't having classes.
Wow.
She already finished out paying all the students. She still got a $600 fine from the Real Estate Commission. So she's actually on the disciplinary actions page because of that. You know, and I have her teaching some classes for me still. Now we still communicate, and she teaches some classes for me. Now she doesn't want to deal with the school no more because managing is a pain in the ass. You know, like she travels and she goes and travels and she's not available and didn't put somebody else in charge because he's the manager as well. And then you
Yeah,
get into
but I mean the offer was closed, so what's a
yeah, you had a student who was just being a major pain in the butt and making a big stink about it to the real estate commission. Even though she was already given her completion certificate, it was her own fault. And now your teacher was on vacation, got stuck, got hit by a tsunami for crying out loud. Lucky she's alive. And she gets a fine because she couldn't get back in time. You know, it's crazy.
wow.
But that's the real estate commission. That's one example. I mean, she shouldn't have gotten discipline like that, you know, but that was how they handled it. Okay, so when it comes to sales contracts, we're not writing these sales contracts from scratch, right? We have already contracts that were prepared by attorneys and approved by the real estate commission for us to use. We can only prepare sales contracts and lease contracts for residential properties, 1 to 4 families, or single residential buildable lots. Anything else is considered commercial real estate, and those contracts need to be prepared by attorneys. Okay, so can we prepare sales contracts or lease contracts?
No.
Yes, we
Yes.
can for
We can.
residential
Oh,
only.
resident. I got it.
And what is residential? What's considered
One to
residential?
four,
One
one to
to
four
four
families.
Ones of four.
single buildable lots, like if it's a vacant lot, you know. If it's like a lot that you could put multiple houses on, well, that's not a single buildable lot. So it's called a tract of land, and that's considered commercial real estate. So then the attorneys need to draw up a contract for that as well. So let's read this. New Jersey real estate licensees are allowed to prepare standard residential real estate contracts so long as the contracts include an attorney review clause that permits either party 3 business days from the signing of the contract to have the contract reviewed by an attorney who can terminate the contract for any reason or no reason at all, or propose changes to the contract. Whenever a student sees legal citations, okay, I'm not going to get into that. That's just some nonsense they put after there. So licensees can prepare sales contracts, let's highlight this, for 1 to 4 family homes and single buildable lots. Now, the sale or rental of commercial or industrial properties or businesses is initiated by a letter of intent, sometimes referred to as a term sheet. That's why I wrote term sheet there in the margin. A letter of intent is generally a non-binding, meaning a non-legally binding form document that references what the parties plan to do, the information what we want to put into the contract. See, we're not allowed to prepare these contracts, but we're allowed to negotiate what the terms of the contract are going to be. And we put that on a sheet of paper and we get both parties to sign off agreeing that those are the terms that they want added in the contract. But that piece of paper, that term sheet we create, it's not legally binding contract. It's just an agreement on the terms they wanted added into the legally binding contract. So we then turn over that term sheet to the attorney, whoever's going to be preparing the actual contract. So that's the way that we as real estate agents can get the ball rolling if you're going to be working in commercial or in industrial real estate. Okay. If we were to prepare those contracts, well, we would be practicing the unauthorized or unlawful practice of law. And we don't want to get involved in practicing law without a license, right?
No, not me.
So listings, I wrote this in here. You should write this in here too. Listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours.
MLX.
Yeah, the MLS is the multiple listing system, or these days we refer to it as the system. It's actually multiple listing service. So under the Real Estate Commission's rules, their administrative code, if we get a listing and it's available for you or any agent in your office to show, it must be available for other brokerages to show as well. So we need to put those, you're not allowed to have that secret pocket listing that only you have access to, so you could try to find your own buyer and get both ends of the deal. Okay. It's not in the seller's best interest. See, if we share our listing with other brokers from other brokerages and all their agents, we could probably get an offer a lot quicker and at a higher price than were we not to cooperate with other brokers. So the law, the administrative code there, requires that we put all listings in the MLS within 48 hours to share it with other agents from other companies. All written offers must be forwarded to sellers within 24 hours. These two sound like exam questions, don't they? Hint, hint.
Write an offer moving forward to seller within 24 hours.
At the time of listing, sellers of residential property have to be furnished with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum. That sounds like it could be another question on exam. What is the Attorney General's memorandum? Well, it's a document about the New Jersey laws against discrimination and federal laws. It basically informs the owner of the property that if you hire us and list your property for sale with us, we cannot discriminate. We have to follow the laws. Oh, and you, Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, you can't discriminate either under the law, whether you hire us or not. So we're required to give you this document from the Attorney General. Anybody know what that position is?
The Attorney
The Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the land. So every state has a state's Attorney General. And then the country itself has an Attorney General. It's the highest law enforcement officer in each state. And then the country's Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the country. Okay. So this is a memorandum is a fancy word for a notice. So this is a notice coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the land saying you can't discriminate. That's all that is. So we're required to give that to property owners anytime we get a listing. Tells them they can't discriminate. Whether it's commercial or residential property, we need to give this to the property owner. And if the property owner tells us that they have some sort of an intent to discriminate, we have to turn down the listing. Okay. Don't explain to them that discrimination is wrong and blah, blah, blah. Turn down the listing. That's an exam question too. Hint, hint. So let's see. We got 1, 2, 3 exam questions coming out of this right here. And then there's another one here. What kind of properties can we prepare sales and lease contracts for? And then for commercial properties, how do we get the ball rolling with that non-legally binding letter of intent or term sheet? So there's another possible exam question. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible exam questions on this slide.
And just one thing, huh? License can be prepared so conscious of percent.
Did you have a question? I'm sorry.
No, we just reading. So
okay.
You say 5 questions and just
Yeah, about what kind of properties can we prepare sales contracts for, or lease contracts? How do we get the ball rolling in commercial real estate with that term sheet or letter of intent? Listings have to be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. And all written offers have to be forwarded to the other party within 24.
That's 4. And the Attorney General.
And we need to give the Attorney General to property owners at the time we get a listing.
That's right. Wow.
And what's not on this slide is is another question, which was what do we do if an owner tells us they have an intent to discriminate? We turn down the listing.
Turn down the list.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write it down just to have it there.
You got all this stuff down so far? Well, we'll have some place where you could highlight that too.
Yeah, I went a little far doing the notes.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay, doke. Gotta change the slide. You guys all good?
I'm good.
Okay, so here we go. Listings must be uploaded and changes updated within 48 hours. So if there's a change of status of the listing, like it goes under contract or attorney review, or if the deal falls apart and it becomes available again, you have to change the status of the listing in the MLS so that other agents know that the property's back on the market again or that it's off the market. You can't just keep advertising it as available when it's no longer available. If it's under attorney review, we change the status to under attorney review. Then once it's under contract, we change the status to under contract. If the deal falls apart, we change it back to active listing. If the deal closes, we change it to closed. You have to change the status and update it within 48 hours in the MLS. So the MLS is like a computer system that we just enter our listings in to share it with the other agents who could search it and see what properties are available. Like you starting as a brand new agent, you got no listings or anything, right? So maybe you got a buyer though that's looking for a home. You could search the MLS for properties that are available that are listed by all the other agents in the state. So you could search all the listing inventory.
Just have a question. Is that like something it's a page where everybody can go, or just the real estate agents?
Oh, real estate agents, you have to pay for membership for that too. Your
Okay.
broker has, your broker will have a membership. They pay a lot more money than we do to get access. And then the salespeople that work under the broker, they get it for a lot cheaper. But different MLSs have different fees. There's more than one MLS, by the way. I'll have a slide in this chapter that shows you all the different MLSs in New Jersey. You don't need to join all of them. You just need to join the ones that are in your area that you're planning on working.
Got it.
Okay. So here's a guy, he didn't update the availability of property when a deal fell apart and then it became available again because he wanted to work on getting his own buyer for his own listing. Someone reported him, he got in trouble, paid a $1,500 fine. I actually know this guy, and he did the same thing to me too. So apparently, it's not his first rodeo
Freedom Memo.
doing this. Some people are just repeat offenders. This guy. You know, I never reported him to the real estate commission. I just called him an asshole to his face. But what are you
I
gonna do?
know it did happen to me like about a year ago. I was looking for houses
Uh-huh.
in South Plainfield, and the person that I was supposed to helping with it. So we saw the listing for a price, and we were looking on the page, right, and the same listing, but with a different price comes out. So I called the guy. I was like, "So what's the original price on this house? Because I got a listing for this much, and
Uh-huh.
somebody else has it for this much." So I don't
So
know what happened then. I know that they just took the whole thing out down, and
So you could have had a listing that was listed with one agency, that listing expired, but they still had an ad out there somewhere that was showing it at a higher price. And then another one was the active current listing that may be at a lower price, or vice versa. Or it could have been the same agent. They got a listing, they put it in the MLS, and then it gets syndicated out. So to other websites like Zillow and things like that, and it didn't catch up to get updated yet. Or it could simply be that the agent had to manually update instead of getting that automatic syndication out to those sites. They selected to manually update it and then they never updated it or they forgot to update it. It could be intentional, but it could be an accident as well. Could be unintentional, but they're required to go back and update it within 48 hours in the MLS and anywhere else you advertise that there's been a
then
change of status or price or what have you.
yeah, so something like that happened. But it was more like we put an offer to the house at the price that it was lower, and then we saw the list. They The guy told me like, oh, they accept like another offer instead of, but like a day or 2 days after, I saw the same listing for different price, which it was higher than
Mm.
what we put the offer to it.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. You know, each case is, you got to see what the agent was doing there. I couldn't say for sure what they were doing. Um, you know, sometimes agents, uh, they do stuff wrong. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's unintentional, or sometimes it's just websites, like I said, didn't syndicate stuff out in time for the adjustments, or they didn't update the status right away. And when they update the status in the MLS, it takes a couple days before it goes out to all those other websites and gets updated too. So keep that in mind. But yeah, you got agents that do dirty crap too. You know, they try to get both ends of the deal. So they say, "Oh, the property's not available anymore," and in fact, it is. You know, because they're trying to get a couple days to get their own buyers again. You know, but they shouldn't be doing that. We're supposed to treat everybody fairly and honestly, including each other. You know, you get in trouble if you don't. That's the stuff I'm teaching you about right now. So real estate licensees, this is page 18. Real estate licensees are required to promptly provide a duplicate of the original. The term duplicate original, we need to know for exams. You'll absolutely get that on exams. So anytime we have somebody sign a document, a contract, or uh, a lease, listing contract, sales contract, etc., we need to give them a duplicate original. So what is a duplicate original? It's multiple copies with original signatures. So basically, it's multiple originals. So it's multiple originals, basically. That's what a duplicate original is. So when we have our clients sign contracts, we should have them sign multiple copies of the contract. We don't photocopy it. We just have them sign multiple copies of that same contract so that we have multiple originals, because you cannot take a photocopy of a contract and go to court over that if there's a dispute. You have to use the original contract with the original signatures, because copies could be forged, they could be easily altered. You know, it needs to be an original document if it's to be used in court. Now, a couple of years back, before he left office, Governor Christie signed digital signatures, you know, electronic signatures into law that can be used on real estate transactions now. So how do you get a duplicate original of an electronic signature? Just print another copy. That's it. All right. So, but what is a duplicate original? Who do we need to give it to? Anytime that both parties sign the contract, we need to give them a duplicate original of that. Or it could just be the one if it's like a listing agreement, right? So all parties should initial any additions or changes to a document, and copies of those changes must be provided to all parties as well. So here's an example. If we have a contract for $300,000, but in the negotiations, they countered 310 and it was accepted. We cross out the 300. We could write 310 above it if we're in a pinch. You know, we're not running back to the office to, you know, type up new contracts. We could get this signed right here and taken care of right here on the spot. Just cross out the 300,000, write 310,000, and then put a circle next to it with a line through it, and then you put both parties' signatures next to each and every change that you made on the contract. I like to get them to sign or initial and date next to each and every change on a contract. Okay. Here's an example of an agent that failed to do that. He failed to provide a copy of the offer of the fully executed contract immediately upon signing, and he made changes to the contract and failed to get both parties to initial those changes. So he got a $1,000 fine. So anytime you touch a contract and you alter it, you just voided it. unless you get both parties to that contract to agree to that change right next to it, have them initial right next to it. I like to get them to initial and date so that you know when that happened. So any disputes, I like to get everything in writing. It's the best way to cover your butt. Get everything in writing. There's a change, get it in writing right there on the contract.
It's your best
Now,
bet right there.
yeah, it's best way to do it. Okay, so also on page 18, if a real estate broker is also a licensed insurance broker, mention of the buyer's purchase of insurance from that broker, if included in the sales contract, must be confirmed separately in writing, not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. So basically, you're giving we get a lot of these one-stop shop real estate brokerages these days that you could get real estate services, mortgage, insurance, all that stuff all under one roof, right? So they're usually the brokerages that have these custom sales contracts, and on them they have a checkbox. Yes, I agree to get the insurance from you. Yes, I agree to get the mortgage through you. Well, those boxes can be easily checked off in advance. So the real estate commission requires that if you're also an insurance broker selling them insurance, you have to confirm in writing, separate from the actual contract, that they want to actually buy the insurance through you. That's not just a pre-checked box that they missed, but they don't have to. Okay, so it's basically separately in writing that yes, they're aware they don't need to buy insurance from you, but they're going to choose to buy insurance. They need to confirm that in writing separately from the contract. That's all that is. They got to give them 5 days before the closing so that they have opportunity. If they want to get insurance from somewhere else, they can. All right, now, commissions are always negotiable between the client and the broker, and no contract can contain anything indicating a prescribed fee schedule. So up top here, this is a prescribed fee schedule. If you have a listing agreement or contract and it gives multiple options here, 6%, 7%, 8, 9, 10%, pick one by circling. Okay, that's not negotiable. That's a limited prescribed options to choose from. So that's not allowed in New Jersey. Some states do allow that. New Jersey does not. Okay, New Jersey, it needs to be commissions need to be on a blank line expressed as a percentage of the sales price or a dollar amount. You can't have these prescribed fee schedules where they give you limited options to select from. That's not negotiable, right? A blank line is negotiable. So you can't have these listing agreements pre-typed either. At least this line shouldn't be pre-typed with the commission. Because when did you negotiate? So the commission requires the following statement be included in all listing contracts or sales contracts if there was no listing contract on the property. Because it could be we brought a buyer and introduced them to a for sale by owner property, right? Can we prepare contracts for sale by owner properties? Sure. We're representing the buyer, not the seller. But because we didn't represent the seller and the commission was always paid for by the seller, now it doesn't need to be. It could be paid by the buyer, the seller, or split between them. We need to give all the disclosures to the seller that would normally be given to the owner when we get a listing. But because we did not have a listing and we're just preparing a contract for the purchase of their property, and we're also asking them to pay the commission, possibly, we have to put this statement in the sales contracts. Now, you don't need to memorize this, but just be aware that if you're putting a contract together for a FSBO, the for sale by owner properties, that you have to put a paragraph, some sort of a disclosure in there. And this is the disclosure. Excuse me. It says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. Now, by giving this disclosure and saying this, we're saying that we don't engage in an illegal practice known as price fixing, which is a violation of the federal Sherman Antitrust Act. Plus, Real Estate Commission has rules against it as well. So on page 55 and 56 in chapter 3, we're going to go over that, the Sherman Antitrust Act. But I think we're going to get to it a little bit earlier here in chapter 2. We're going to skip ahead there. So you guys got all these notes or highlights or what have you? Or screenshots if you want. Okay.
Yeah.
So once again, with the other documents, we need to keep all documents for 6 years except for 2 things. And what are they?
On unaccepted offers
For 6 years, all documents,
Okay, except for 2 things.
except for 2 things, which is the
unaccepted offers and
unaccepted offers and
as what's that?
the listings,
Not as
Expired listings.
expired
listing.
listings.
Yeah, I know it was something with listing, but
Yeah. All right. So, also, it's important that I read this to you here too. All records and files must be available for inspection at any time by the Real Estate Commission if they come into your office. So they always remain the property of the broker. So if you as a salesperson quit that brokerage or leave and move to another brokerage, you cannot remove any contracts or documents from that office. They don't belong to you. They belong to the broker. Remember, you can't get your license until you affiliate with a broker. Do not think of yourself as an individual in the real estate business, even though you're going to market yourself as an independent agent and all that stuff. You are an extension of your broker. The broker is the only one that can charge the public fees for services performed. They hire you to help them do their jobs and get clients and help sell their properties and lease them out and deal with buyers and renters as well. So you're just an extension of the broker. Think of yourself here. I got a better way to think about it. Think of yourself as the broker's big toe. Okay? You're the broker's big toe. You cannot get around unless you're attached to that broker, right? As their big toe. However, if the broker loses that big toe, they could still get around. They're going to be hobbling around a bit. You know, it's harder for them to get around, but they could still move around and get around. You as the big toe would just be laying there on the ground, right? You can't do anything without the broker. You need that association as a salesperson, right? Look, you guys can't even get your licenses until you affiliate with a broker. And what do? They make sure you follow the laws, and you help them get clients. Those clients are not yours. So don't say my clients. They're not your clients. You get clients for the broker. And then you work those deals, and when they close, because you did a good job, the broker splits that commission with you. Now, how that commission is split, well, that depends on what you negotiated with them or what their office policy is on how they pay agents commissions. And you look that over before you agree to work for them. It's in your employment agreement. Okay, so read your employment agreements when you get hired with that broker. There's a lot of different ways that agents can get paid. Okay, you could get paid. You could go work for an office and negotiate at the beginning how much you're going to get paid, or a more fairer way is the broker can be like, well, we have a commission schedule. Once you do so many closings, you're in this bracket, and once you bring in so much money to the office, then you graduate to the higher commission splits. And the more work you do, the higher commission splits that you get. Okay? So some brokers will just negotiate with you and then give you a certain split at the beginning, and then you need to go back and negotiate again if you want it raised. Others have fee schedules that It's based on your performance. The more work, the more money you bring in, the more money you start to earn. They give you a higher split. And those can be sometimes reset every year. So you go back to 50%, then you got to work your way back up again every year. Or you could have it based on what we call a 12-month rolling schedule. Basically, it goes and looks back at it does not reset every year back down to 50%, but you need to earn more money before you get to the next bracket, the higher commission splits. But it doesn't reset. It just looks at your last 12 months performance, and based on your last 12 months of performance, how much money you brought in would dictate where you are in the fee schedules. Okay. That one I think is a little bit better because the ones that reset every year, those are the brokerages that you usually get other brokers that try to recruit from because their agents get all pissed off when they get reset and they get knocked back down to 50%. You know, that's a perfect time to start recruiting, trying to steal other agents from other offices. You know. There's a lot of different commission schemes and plans out there. I'm not saying it in a negative way, commission schemes, the schemas, the different ways that they could set them up. One broker cannot set how they split commissions with their agents versus another brokerage down the street because one may have a nicer office than the other, and it costs more to maintain it. So the brokers can't give higher splits. You know, one gives more tools available to their agents, and the other one doesn't. You know, so brokers, they all cannot offer the same thing. It depends on the brokerage, right? So shop around for that. You know, and when you guys are going to work for a broker, if you want me to review those things with you. You know, I'm not going to tell you who to go work for or not, but I could review, like if you go interviewing and they show you this is how their commissions work or this is their plans for whichever companies you're planning to go work for. I'll review it with you and I'll tell you if it seems fair or if maybe you should ask for some more questions about it. You know, I'll be happy to review that. Plus, I get an opportunity to see what other brokers are doing, you know, when you do that. Because I am a broker too. So,
I was gonna ask what you offer.
uh,
I live in Linda as well, so it's
we're not allowed to recruit out of the classroom. So, I don't talk about, I don't even mention it. I don't even bring it up in class. If you noticed, it's unethical for us to do so, and we're not allowed to. Even though there's a lot of instructors out there, they become instructors specifically so they could recruit out of their own schools, or the schools that they work for.
So once we graduate,
Yeah.
we graduate and we're out in the field, we can always just come and
Yeah,
apply.
you can come talk to me. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. But I don't want to get into that in the classroom though, because I don't know. You could have been sent to me by another broker, so I don't want to start talking about that. It'll kill my business further. If I try to, if I try recruiting out of a school, out of the school. So I don't engage. I don't engage in that because brokers send us students all the time. I mean, we have a tiny class here. I don't know what the hell happened to the other students. Usually we have a lot bigger classes than this. But I'm not pushing you guys off because this is towards the end of the year. We're getting towards the holidays, and I don't want to do that. So I'm still kicking off this class for you guys. Who knows? Maybe other people can still join the class. But I don't recruit out of the school directly or solicit from you here. Okay, so moving along. So you're the broker's big toe. You cannot survive without being attached to a broker, right? Whereas the broker, they could survive without their big toe.
Yep.
It's harder to get around. They'll be hobbling around a little bit, but they could still survive without their big toe. So think of yourself as the broker's big toe. You can't operate without them, but they could operate without you. So any of the business that you get, it's not your business, it's the broker's. It's the broker's clients, okay? It's not my clients, it's the broker's clients, okay? And you're just helping them get more clients and close the deals, and the broker shares a commission. And the more that you do, they'll be happy to share higher commission splits with you because they want to keep you. They make more money, you make more money. That's the way that it works. That's the way it should work anyway. So, during that Ryan Serhant video though that I showed you this morning, from the end of chapter 1 there, I lost my thought. I don't know what the hell I was going to say to you there about the offices that charge desk fees. Do not go work for an office that charges desk fees. That's basically you're paying them rent, whether you're doing closings or not, for the privilege of hanging your license in their office. Don't do that. Now, the only time that it makes sense for anybody to do that, maybe you could be an experienced agent, you get your own leads, you get your own thing, you don't need any support or help from the broker whatsoever. You'll pay a desk fee in exchange for a higher commission split. Okay, that's the only time that it really makes sense. So now the broker, they get paid by the agent, whether they're doing closings or not. So this one only makes sense for agents who are already solid in the business and they're making their money. They got their own clients. They don't need any support whatsoever from the broker. And so therefore, they're willing to pay a desk fee in exchange for a higher commission split. But I've seen some places they charge you desk fees and they don't even give you higher splits. So what the hell's the point of that?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways. So if you start interviewing around with brokers and you want me to review their plans with you, I'll be happy to do that. I already know how some brokerages work too. I'm just not going to discuss them in class either because I can't be,
biased,
downplaying or biased to any of them either. Okay, but I'll be glad to review with you so that you could ask them questions if something seems a little bit unclear in their agreement. Okay. All right. Another slide that you could probably snap a picture of because it probably is loaded with exam questions or exam question topics. And I'll start going over them one by one now. Okay, duplicate original. We already went over this one. It's multiple original copies with wet signatures. Wet signatures, I mean, it's from a pen, they signed it. And digitally signed contracts, you could just print out another copy and it's considered another original, duplicate original. So licensees are required to immediately give a fully executed original to your clients anytime you have them sign a contract. I just showed you a guy that got in trouble for not doing that. He got $1,000 fine or whatever it was for not providing the duplicate original of the listing agreement to his client. Now, commissions are negotiable between a client and a broker, and they must be expressed as a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. No predefined or prescribed fee schedules are allowed. All commissions must be negotiable here in New Jersey. So agents must include a price fixing disclosure in for sale by owner contracts, the FSBO contracts. We got a slide coming up about that stuff a little bit early. It's really from chapter 3. All commissions are negotiable in New Jersey. So allocation of markets are prohibited, or price fixing where you're colluding with, that means you're cooperating with the competition. And working with the competition on trying to set an industry standard on the fees you charge the public. Like if we all work for different brokerage firms and I say, hey, listen, guys, nobody charge less than 10% commission when you go out there and get listings, then the public is not going to be able to go anywhere and get an agent for less than 10%. It artificially inflates the cost of our services. Okay, good for us, bad for the public. So therefore it's illegal. Okay, price fixing does not apply only to real estate. It applies to all industries out there. Okay, you cannot work with the competition trying to set an industry standard for the products or services that you provide. Okay, that's illegal. It was actually, this law was created in the late 1800s. and it's actually how they broke down monopolies of like Standard Oil. You guys, there used to be one major oil company out there. It was called Standard Oil. They were much larger than all the others, and any other competitor that came out there, well, they did whatever they could to try to hurt the business and drive down its cost, and then they bought it up and it became part of their business. Okay. That was Rockefeller, I think, owned those Standard Oil, if I remember correctly. Um, and he got so big, his company was Standard Oil, and they broke his company down into 30 different companies. That's how large it was. So they said, your company is too big. You have to break it down. The government stepped in and said, you have to break it down. It's a monopoly. So they broke it down to 30 different companies. And ironically, it worked out good for him because he ended up making even more money than after he broke it down into smaller companies. But they could all charge different prices and fees and stuff, working against each other, too. Okay. Licensees can prepare contracts for only 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots, because any more units are considered commercial real estate, and commercial contracts must be prepared by attorneys. Agents can start the process of selling or leasing commercial real estate by writing a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, also known as a term sheet. Written offers must be forwarded or presented to the owner within 24 hours. All listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Okay, this is new. Unless directed by the owner not to. See, the Real Estate Commission says we're required to cooperate with all other agents out there. If you get a listing, it's available for you or any agent in your office to show. It must be put into the MLS so you could share it and show it to any other agent can show it as well. Unless the owner of the property tells you, I don't want you doing that. I don't want you cooperating with other brokers. I want you only to market my property through your own company's efforts, and only you can show the property. Okay. If the owner brings that up, you should not introduce that idea, that concept to the owners. Okay. It's only if the owner brings it up, then we need to cover our butts and get them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation agreement, which basically states, hey, the owner brought up the idea, not me, and that they don't want us cooperating with other brokers. So, do we put these listings in the MLS where the owner told us not to cooperate with other brokers? No.
No, we do not.
Because that's how we cooperate with other brokers, by putting it in the MLS, right? So, but you need to know about this waiver of broker cooperation agreement. It should never be introduced to owners when you're getting a listing. It's only when they bring up the idea, for whatever reason, that they don't want you cooperating with other brokers. Then we need to cover our butts. This is our cover our butt form, called the waiver of broker cooperation agreement, because we're required by the Real Estate Commission to cooperate with other brokers. We could say, hey, the owner told us not to cooperate, and then it's allowed, so then we need to get it in writing so that they can't later on be like, oh, I never said that, So we need to get that signed at the time we get the listing, if they direct us not to cooperate. Okay. Owners, buyers, and tenants can choose whether or not to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. It's not required. You're not required to have a lawyer in a real estate transaction. Did you know that? But if they don't want a lawyer, we have to tell them they have a right to hire a lawyer. And we do that by giving them this document called the Opinion 26 Notice, which must be sitting as the cover page of any contract that we prepare when they're not using a lawyer. It advises them that we told them that they have the right to hire a lawyer. Okay? So that later on they can't be like, well, you told me I didn't need a lawyer and whatever. So where did this notice come about? Well, before I start that, this needs to be the cover page of any contract that we prepare. What kind of contracts can we prepare?
One of four.
We can residential contracts.
What's that?
Any
One of four.
1 to 4
Family,
family or land.
single vacant buildable lot.
Single building
For sale or lease.
for sale lease.
Okay. For sale or lease contracts. That's the full definition right there that I wanted you to get in your heads. Okay, so it's called the Opinion 26 notice. However, when I show you this document, it only has the word notice at the top. It used to say Opinion 26 notice. I'm not sure what year they removed that. Now it just says notice. You try Googling the word notice, a lot of stuff will come back. But if you search on the search engines, Opinion 26 notice, it's a very specific New Jersey form that comes back. This is only in New Jersey. Now, where did this document come from? I refer to it as a big fear-mongering document that attorneys made up that so that they kind of like intimidate people to use a lawyer. Now, where did this come about? Well, do you know that most states in real estate transactions, they do not use attorneys in real estate transactions unless an issue pops up? So the real estate agent takes a more active role in the real estate transaction, doing a lot of the duties that attorneys usually do. And they can do so and not be practicing law without a license. However, a real estate agent in southern part of New Jersey, where they still kind of practice this, practice real estate like other states do, where they don't use attorneys, they're starting to change over a little bit and use attorneys more now. But years ago, there was an agent. He said, wait a minute, I should market this. I could save people the cost incurred by hiring a lawyer because I take a more active role in the real estate transaction. So I should be marketing that to the public because not all agents do that. Sounds like a good idea, right? You market, hey, I could save you the cost incurred by hiring a lawyer. You don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction. Now, in his marketing materials, they landed in a lawyer's mailbox. And a lawyer was like, oh, hell no. We can't have agents doing this. Next thing you know, all agents are going to start doing that, and they're going to be taking the money out of our pockets. So the agent's not wrong, though. You don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction. But we have to stop this. We need to put an end to this. Otherwise, all these real estate agents are going to be doing that, and lawyers are going to be losing a lot of money. So he had to cook up an idea. And he was like, I got an idea. This agent in his ad, he was telling people you don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction. But he's right. You don't. How could we stop this, though? Got it. We can put a little spin on that. We could propose to politicians that, because politicians make the laws, we could propose to politicians a law. I'll even write up the document and I'll even write up the law and propose it to politicians. And I'll sell it to them by saying that, do you know that real estate agents are out there depriving people of their rights? They're telling people you don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction. And this could cause people a lot of trouble. It could cause legal problems and it could cause all kinds of issues. So they're putting their clients at risk, not informing them of their right to hire a lawyer. You see the spin on there? It went from you don't need a lawyer in a transaction because you really don't need a lawyer in a transaction to you're depriving these people of their rights by not informing them they have a right to hire a lawyer. You know, it's kind of like if you get pulled over by a cop, they tell you, I plead the fifth, I have a right to, you have a right to an attorney, right? When they read you your rights when you're getting arrested, right? You have the right to an attorney. They have to inform you of your rights. So they tried going with that same thing for real estate, and they proposed it to a politician in New Jersey, and he was like, "Oh, that's going on. Okay, yeah, I'll be the avenger for the public to be supporting the public and protecting the public and looking after them. And yes, this sounds like a good thing. Agents should be out there informing people of their rights and not depriving them of them." Thus was born the Opinion 26 notice. And the really funny thing about it now is that attorney that created this whole idea and proposed this law, he's now a NAR attorney, or a New Jersey Realtors Association attorney that prepares a lot of our contracts and makes them up and stuff. So I guess keep your enemies closer, right? That kind of scenario. So that's it's kind of interesting that happened. But I'm going to actually show you this document, and as you read through it, it seems like they're bashing us in this document, saying you really need to use a lawyer because an agent, they can't tell you, they cannot give you legal advice. So we'll see that when we actually read over this document. But this is what the Opinion 26 notice is. What is it? It tells people they have the right to hire a lawyer, and it needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees. And what kind of contracts can we prepare? Residential sales or lease contracts for 1 to 4 families and single residential lots. I know that's a mouthful, but we need to remember that. What's the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees? That informs people they have a right to hire a lawyer. The Opinion 26 notice.
Opinion 26.
The Opinion 26 notice.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Now, if a real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, we already went over this one too. They need to inform you, separate from the contract, in writing at least 5 days before the closing, that you do not need to get insurance from them, but if you wish to get insurance from them, you can. Okay. So basically, some of these things we went over, some of them we didn't. Like the waiver broker cooperation, we went over on this actual page here. But you see, a lot of these things are exam questions, are based off of a lot of these items that we went here. So there's a lot of exam questions coming off of this slide, if you want. And I did a pretty good job clearly explaining it in the write-up here versus the highlights that you have in the book. Everybody got your screenshots of it, or?
Yes, sir.
These make a good notes. And by the way, these notes from these slides, I also put in that class links Word document with notes, class links and notes document in that shared Google Drive. All right. All right, so just again, page 18, if under business, broker business relationships, let's do these highlights. Owners, buyers, and tenants can choose whether or not to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. They're not required to, but when they don't, we need to have the Opinion 26 notice as the cover page advising them that they have a right to hire a lawyer. So before they ever see the contract, this is sitting right on top of the contract. It says you have the right to hire a lawyer. And licensees can prepare contracts for the sale or lease of residential properties, only 1 to 4 family homes, and single residential lots. Anything else is considered commercial real estate, and those contracts need to be prepared by attorneys. Then we'll highlight broker business relationships. We have something called the Consumer Information Statement, or the CIS form, we often refer to it as. It basically discloses to the public the different ways that we can work with them. So any licensee involved in the sale of residential real estate containing 1 to 4 dwelling units Okay, now this is for the sale or lease of 1 to 4 units and the sale of a vacant one-family lot or residential lease transactions for more than 125 days. Anything less than 125 days is considered seasonal rental. They need to provide this CIS form informing the people of the different ways that we can work with them. Okay. Got that?
Yes,
Got
sir.
it.
All right, guys, before we get into anything else, it appears we're already here at lunchtime. So the broker business relationships, the CIS form is the way that we disclose how we can work with people from the public. Okay. We could work as a buyer's agent only, a seller's agent only. We could work as a disclosed dual agent, or there's a new type of agency called designated agency, and then there's a transaction broker. We don't need to work in the capacity of an agent. We could work as a transaction broker, which is basically a manager of the transaction. So these are the different types of ways we could work, and it explains the differences between them to people before we start probing and asking them their motivations to move and how their financial situation is and all that details. So this is why the law requires us to this is the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with. It's only required for residential transactions. Actually, I think the law, since it's been updated, I think we need to give it on commercial now too. I'm not sure. I gotta look into it. I think it's only residential, possibly commercial now, but I'll take a look. I think it's just residential. But we're not required to give it for commercial or residential leases less than 125 days. Okay. So, attorney review clause. Every contract we prepare has an attorney review clause in it, giving people the right to have an attorney review a contract, cancel the contract, make changes to it, etc. So this is the attorney review clause that's in our contracts. It says this is actually a screenshot from one of our contracts. The first part, there's 3 parts to it: study by the attorney, the counting of time, and the notice of disapproval. So the study by the attorney, it says, beware, or a buyer or seller may choose to have an attorney study this contract. If an attorney is consulted, the attorney must complete his or her review of the contract within 3-day period. This contract will become legally binding at the end of the 3-day period unless an attorney for the buyer or seller reviews or disapproves of the contract. Okay, they don't need to finish it in 3 days. They could pause attorney review. They could lengthen the time of attorney review. It's that you have 3 days to start attorney review. Otherwise, the contract will become legally binding as it is. So once both parties to a contract, the buyer, the seller, the landlord, and the tenant, once they both fully execute the contract, they both signed it, we now have a fully executed contract. And we have 3 days to start attorney review and have the attorneys make any changes or modifications to it. Otherwise, the contract becomes legally binding as it is. Now, how does that counting of time work? Well, you count 3 business days. You count 3 days from the date of delivery of the signed contract to the buyer and seller. You do not count Saturdays and Sundays or legal holidays. The buyer and seller may agree in writing to extend that 3-day period for attorney review as well. And I wrote a little note in here. Or they could pause the review period. So they could extend the review period or pause it until the happening of a certain event. For instance, if a sale must first be approved by a judge or a lender, like with short sales as an example, they could write that, or in their attorney review, that they're going to pause. They're both going to agree to pause it till they get that approval. So when attorney review goes on, you have 3 days to start that attorney review. And one attorney will send out a letter acknowledging that they received the contract and that that they're starting attorney review. And they include a laundry list of things that they don't like or they want modifications they want to make to the contract. Oop.
Just give me,
Sure.
just take it.
Yeah, you got the feedback from the other.
Yeah, I just did it. Hold on, let me
Okay. So if an attorney so we have to, still there, Kev?
You hear me now?
Okay, no, yep.
Okay.
Okay. So notice of disapproval. If an attorney for the buyer or seller reviews and disapproves of the contract, which they usually do, they don't like our wording, so they're going to make some kind of modification. They send out a letter to the other side that acknowledging that they've received the contract. However, they disapprove of it in the current format, but pending this laundry list of attached changes, we can conclude attorney review. And they sign it and they send it off to the other side's attorney. Then they have 3 business days to respond. See, so attorney review is not 3 business days. You have 3 business days to start it, and then each side has 3 business days to respond to the last party's correspondence. If they wish to, they could extend that 3-day period or halt it until a certain happening or a current event. And that's basically the way attorney reviews works here, until both parties agree to all of the changes in the wording, and then it's legally binding contract after that, and we're now concluded attorney review. Once attorney review is concluded, it's said that we're in a legally binding contract or we're under contract. So now if either party breaches the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so, they could be held legally or financially liable to the other side. However, there's many ways to get out of a contract still. You have inspection contingencies, and if the work that needs to be done is over a certain amount, then the either side can cancel the contract. There's a lot of ways to get out of contracts still. Okay, but that's how the attorney review period works. The attorney review clause in contracts is written. So, what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees? The Opinion 26 notice. However, on the top, it just says notice. You see that?
Yeah.
I don't know. It used to say Opinion 26 notice. I don't know at what point they removed that, and it just says notice now. But so I wrote some notes here in red like this. The Opinion 26 notice must be the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees, whether it's for sale or lease. I know most people don't do attorney review with leases, but they can. So we have to inform them that they have a right to hire a lawyer. So this is that big fear-mongering document I told you was a response to that real estate agent doing advertising saying, hey, you don't need an attorney in a real estate transaction. Well, as a result of that, this is the disclosure we now have to give to everybody when they're not using a lawyer, to try to convince them to use a lawyer. Okay. And look, they start off with saying, read this notice before signing the contract. The law requires real estate brokers to give you the following information before you sign this contract. It requires us to tell you that you must read it all before you sign. And the purpose is to help you in this purchase or sale or lease. But really, is that the reason? Or is it just because an attorney wanted you to hire them? So, number 1 here, like I wrote, is the disclosure of agency relationships, saying how we're planning on working with somebody or who we're working with or representing in this transaction. And it's basically just a checkbox. And just about every contract and disclosure that we use, except for the lead paint addendum, the lead paint disclosure, we have something just like this. It's a checkbox. You check off, I represent the seller, not the buyer. I represent the buyer, not the seller. Both the seller and the buyer, or neither the seller or the buyer. And it says the title company does not represent either the seller or the buyer. You will not get any legal advice unless you have your own lawyer. Neither I or anyone from the title company can give legal advice to the buyer or the seller. If you do not hire a lawyer, no one will represent you in those legal matters now or at closing. Ooh. So neither I nor the title company will represent you in those matters. Now, the contract is the most important part of the transaction. It determines your rights, your risks, and your obligations. And signing it's a very big step. A lawyer would help your feeble minds better understand the contract. Now, I know it doesn't exactly say that. Kind of
That's what it
does.
means.
It kind of does. I'm reading between the lines.
Yeah.
To help you understand it and to negotiate its terms. The contract becomes final and binding unless a lawyer cancels it within the following 3 business days. If you do not have a lawyer, you cannot change or cancel the contract. What's that very next word?
Unless.
So you can.
Hmm.
The devil's in the details. Those little words matter. So unless the other party agrees. Well, I'll tell you what, a lawyer can't change the contract unless the other party agrees either. Right? So neither can the real estate broker nor the title insurance company change the contract. Well, some title insurance companies have lawyers working for them, so they can. So another important service of a lawyer is to order the survey and title report or other important reports. Well, wait a minute. Real estate agents can order a survey or a title, do a title search, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can a home buyer order the survey or title report on their own too? Without anybody? Sure they can. So one little hidden secret before we continue moving on here. Do you know that many lawyers own their own title companies? So when they order the title search, where do you think they're ordering it from?
From themselves.
No conflict of interest to be had. Their attorneys.
Oh, no, not at all.
But they don't disclose that here for some reason. So the lawyer will review them and help you resolve any questions that may arise about the ownership and the condition of the property. The reports and survey can cost you a lot of money. That's true. A lawyer will also prepare the documents needed to close title and represent you at closing. Not so much anymore. They usually have the title company do that now. President Obama did a lot of changes to closing documents. He created a new agency called the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, back when he was president. A lot of people likened this to a 4th branch of government and said it's unconstitutional. And, Trump made a big deal about that. And he was right. And actually, the Supreme Court kind of overturned it. It's still around. However, when President Obama created the CFPB, he made it so that they were not answerable to Congress or the president. They could create their own rules and then create their own fines if lenders violate those rules. And then guess who collects the money and gets to keep it? The CFPB. So where's the motivation there for that department of government? It's just another governmental department that will grow because it has a ferocious appetite to create more rules that they could create higher fines that they collect and they get to keep. Right? So, President Trump, he brought this up and he fought it, and it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, yeah, you're right, this is unconstitutional. He created a 4th branch of government by waving his magic wand. They're not answerable to Congress or the president. How could that be? So the Supreme Court said, nah. So they're now answered, they're still around, but they're answerable to both the president and Congress. Okay. But they are still around now. So now it is constitutional. Okay. So we're going to be learning about, when we get into the mortgage chapters, about a lot of the duties that they took over from HUD, and a lot of the forms that that HUD had, they just renamed them or merged them and gave them a new name. I'm going to have to teach you now what the old document was called and what it did and what it was renamed to. And so you need to know the old name of the document, the new name, and when it needs to be given to the consumer and what it does. So don't blame me. Don't shoot the messenger. You could thank President Obama for creating more red tape like that. All right. So a buyer without a lawyer runs special risks. Ooh, what kind of risks? Only a lawyer can advise a buyer about what to do if problems arise concerning the purchase of the property. Well, that's true, because otherwise we're practicing law without a license. So the problems may be about the seller's title, the size and shape of the property, or other matters that may affect the value of the property. If either the broker or the title company knows about the problems, they should tell you. And we do come across knowledge that the attorneys don't know about, and we do tell them. But they may not recognize the problem. Oh, now they're going to start belittling us like we're a bunch of idiots. You stupid real estate agents may not recognize the problem, see it from your point of view, or know what to do. Ordinarily, the broker and the title company have an interest in seeing that the sale is completed. Junk. Because only then do they receive their commission. Really? Really? They're saying, you can't trust your own real estate agent because their motivation is to get paid, and they don't get paid unless you close on the deal. So they're probably not going to tell you about the issue. Really? Really? So they're giving us a slap again, right? I guess because we dared tell people that they don't need an attorney. So their interest may differ from yours. Now, whether you retain a lawyer is up to you. It's your decision. The purpose of this notice is to make sure you have the information needed to make your decision and to encourage you to hire a lawyer. And now this document was created by an attorney, and this attorney was thinking weirdly when they created this form, because if you notice here, there's the seller's signature, and you got two lines here for the seller's signature and the date, and you got the buyer's signatures and date. But on the seller's side over here, they also have the selling broker. But take a look who the selling broker is. It's the buyer's agent. What? Why do they call the buyer's agent the selling broker?
Yeah.
Well, because they're the one that procured the buyer and created the sale and put the deal together. So they're the procuring cause of the sale. So they refer to them as the selling broker because they're the one that sold the property. This is the only document that we ever have that refers to the buyer's agent as the selling broker, and it's the Opinion 26 notice. Okay. Just so you're aware that this gets filled out right, because I know often on documents where it says seller and then there's an agent signature, well, that would be the seller's agent signature. And where it says buyer, the buyer's agent signature is underneath that. It's grouped together. But here we got the buyer's agent signature grouped with the seller, and they're referring to the buyer's agent as the selling broker. So it's kind of confusing. That's why I have it filled out like this on this page for you. Okay, so price fixing, I told you we'd talk about. When preparing contracts on FSBO properties that never had listing agreements or disclosures provided because they never listed their property with an agent, we must inform the owner we do not engage in an illegal practice called price fixing, meaning our commissions are not set by any governmental authority, trade association, or MLS. Engaging in an illegal practice called price fixing or allocation of markets, or bid rigging of auctions. That's also made illegal by the Sherman Antitrust Act. So once again, here's the disclosure, the actual disclosure that we're required to write in contracts, sales contracts, when we're representing a buyer and we're putting an offer in on a for sale by owner that was never listed. Because they were not provided with these disclosures, we need to put it in the contract that says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other considerations been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association, like the Realtors Association, or any multiple listing service. Okay. Now, price fixing laws do not only apply to the real estate industry. They apply to all industries. Now, pertaining to real estate here, it's a price fixing. What is price fixing? It's an agreement between competing firms to establish an industry standard on commission rates charged to the public. It's prohibited by federal and state laws and the Real Estate Commission. The Sherman Antitrust Act is the federal law that prohibits it. That can be found on page 55. It prohibits price fixing, allocation of markets, and bid rigging of auctions. It's also prohibited by the Real Estate Commission. And violating the Sherman Antitrust Act is a misdemeanor crime punishable by a maximum of $1 million and up to 10 years in prison. It's a hell of a misdemeanor, huh? And penalties can be higher for corporations and trade groups, upwards of $100 million or more. Dang. Hell of a misdemeanor. You guys probably heard about the term Sherman Antitrust Act and price fixing, probably in the news and stuff, and it just like goes over your head because you don't even pay attention to it, right? But now that we're studying these things, you guys are going to start to hear them, and you're going to be, oh, I heard that in school. I know what that is. Have you guys heard about the great broiler chicken conspiracy?
No.
This was towards the end of Trump's first presidency, his first term in office. His Department of Justice found out that major chicken providers, like Purdue Chicken and all those chicken providers, they were actually working together, colluding together to artificially keep chicken prices, broiler chicken product prices higher when they sell them to Costco and the fast food chains. Costco, BJ's, and the fast food chains. So they were artificially keeping chicken prices up higher. I don't know if you guys remember around then, how expensive chicken was for a while. And it was due to a couple of things. There was the bird flu that was going around that chicken, thousands of chickens had to be destroyed. You had all of those chicken farms, mysterious fires that burnt them down, and of course conspiracy theories fly, but these things led to shortages of chicken. But in addition to that, you had these chicken manufacturers that were artificially holding the prices up higher because they were working with each other. They're colluding with each other, saying, hey, don't sell it for less than this. Don't sell it for less than this. And they all agreed to that. That's price fixing. Okay. Now, when this happened towards the end of President Trump's first presidency. They were able to get one of the chicken manufacturers to admit guilt that this was happening and that they were all doing it. However, so they paid a fine of $106 million fine.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They admitted guilt and they paid a $106 million fine. However, the other manufacturers like Purdue and those other ones, they're like, he's at the end of his presidency. We got Biden coming in. You You get the whole January 6th thing. He's going to be going after those people. He's not going to be coming after us anymore. You watch. So they said, you need to prove that we did something wrong. So they were right. They dropped everything. They put all law enforcement, even, those marshals that are on planes to make sure they're not getting hijacked by terrorists and stuff. You got the armed marshals that are on planes. Even they were reassigned. They weren't even on planes anymore for all these years. They were reassigned to follow around people that attended the January 6th protest there in Washington, D.C. And so all law enforcement was redirected to that, and they didn't follow up with this. None of these other chicken producers ever had anything happen to them. But I do have a link to the story, but if you guys wanted to read it, but it's that's the great chicken conspiracy of price fixing. See, it applies to all different industries, is my point. It's not just for real estate. But if you and I went out to lunch and we both work for two different brokerages, but we're friends, so we go out to lunch, we're chit-chatting, and you bring up a conversation about, hey, Vic, how do you go about getting the public to, how do you charge the public for these services or those services, and how much you charge, and da, 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 da. If we engage in that conversation and somebody overhears it and reports it, that could be construed as us engaging in price fixing. And so what are the fines there? For individuals like us, it's up to $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison.
And 10 years in prison. Oof.
Yeah. So what should we do? What should I do if you start engaging in that conversation with me?
Oh, I definitely.
Do I report you to the real estate commission? Do I call the police? Do I report you to your broker, or do I walk away?
Walk away.
Walk away. Walking away is the right answer on exams if they give you that option. But, I'll just say, come on, you know better. We can't be talking about this shit. I'm not walking away. I got a steak here I'm waiting to eat. I'm not leaving that on the table. I'm not walking away. So, but these are the basic rules of it. So on page 55, if we turn to chapter 3 momentarily and just do some of these highlights pertaining to the Sherman Antitrust Act, we go to turn it to page 55. I know it's in chapter 3, but don't worry, we'll come back. Illegal price fixing occurs when brokers conspire to set prices for the services they perform rather than letting those prices be established through competition in the open market. Real estate licensees must disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion of commission rates with any members of a competing firm.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right. On page 56, they continue talking about what allocation of markets are. Allocation of markets, instead of me reading this, it's we could talk with the competition, our competitors, and be like, hey, listen, we're going to split up the territory. You guys get everything on that side of Main Street. We get everything on this side of Main Street. So if somebody comes into your office trying to sell their property and it's on this side of Main Street, you got to refer them to us, and we'll do the same for you. Or it can be done by price. Anything over $500,000, our office gets. Anything below 500, your office gets. Now, here they're talking about bid rigging, and they're talking about how in 2018, 5 Californian real estate investors were sentenced to their roles for a conspiracy to rig bids at public real estate foreclosure auctions. I don't know why they need to go to California. It happened right here in New Jersey. Right in Edison, there was a real estate broker that was involved in bid rigging. As a matter of fact, he lost his real estate license for life, but his brokerage is still open because both of his brothers have their real estate licenses, so they just took over. So their sentences include up to 6 months in prison, years of supervised release, and criminal fines ranging from $500,000 to over $1 million. 9 real estate investors in Mississippi were sentenced to similar crimes in 2019. Individual firms, however, may establish their own fee schedules and allocate sales territories between salespersons within their own office. That's allowed. You're just not allowed to collude with, to work with the competitors from different brokerages. Within your own office, hell, you could have training about how you're going to go about charging people fees for the services you perform. You could do role playing, but not with agents from competing firms. You're not supposed to even talk about this stuff. Now, violations occur only when competing firms agree to act together in these matters. And here they show you penalties can be severe, including criminal penalties up to $100 million for a corporation or up to $1 million for an individual, and up to 10 years in prison. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission Act, created by the Federal Trade Commission, and the Clayton Act addresses mergers and monopolies. Under the Sherman Antitrust Act, people who fix prices or allocate markets can be found guilty of a misdemeanor crime punishable by a maximum of $1 million and up to 10 years in prison. And in a civil suit, a person who has suffered a loss because of such activities can recover triple the value of the actual damages plus attorney fees and costs. We should do a class action lawsuit against chicken.
Just to get the triple.
Did you ever eat chicken?
All the time.
And you're paying more for that chicken because of these chicken producers that artificially held prices up because they were colluding with each other. Even though they didn't file criminal charges against Purdue and all those other ones, we could still do a class action lawsuit against them for doing it. I mean, what are we going to get? Anybody who gets involved in a class action lawsuit, what do they get? Maybe $10,
$10.
But, the person who brings forth that lawsuit is the big winner. Well, second to the attorneys. And I'm sure they'll fight hard for this one because this was all across the country and millions of people were affected by it. Okay, so back to page 19. So this bottom part I just typed up. It is not in this book because after this book was published, the law changed and they created this new type of agency called designated agency. So you may want to move your Zoom controls out of the way and get a screenshot, at least of the bottom part of that page there.
Got it.
You can also get the explanations I have there in the in that Word document, the class links Word document, for the notes. So what's the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
The lawyer document.
The IP26.
Nope.
Wait.
That's the cover page. That's the lawyer document. That's the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees. I'm talking about before you ever get to the point of writing a contract, before you're even showing people properties. What's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with? It tells the consumer how we intend to work with them and who we're representing. If you were a buyer or a seller, would you want to know if that agent is representing the other party in the transaction as well?
Yes.
And if they're intending on representing you or not?
Mhm.
before you start disclosing how much you're willing to pay and how bad you want the property and what your motivation is to move. Right? This is why it's the first thing we give to anyone we intend to do business with, that CIS form.
Yeah,
Hmm. Now we're going to start learning about some other forms that we got to give too. Let's see. You can work exclusively with a buyer's agent, right? A buyer's agent works exclusively with the buyers. Do you know in the past, there was no such thing as buyer's agency? If you're a buyer and you went into a real estate brokerage and you want to start shopping for a home, and that agent that was guiding you around, showing you homes and all, they always represented the seller, not the buyer. There was no such thing as buyer's representation. Today, we have different forms of representation: buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent that could work with both parties in the transaction, but they cannot place one party's interest above the other. You can't play favorites. And then you have the transaction broker, which doesn't represent anybody. They just act as the manager of the transaction, doing everything that the agents do without owing certain legal obligations to those that we are working with. So now they created this new type of agency called designated agency. Because if you're a disclosed dual agent, you could work with both the buyer and the seller in a real estate transaction, but you can't place one party's interest above the other. So what is designated agency? Designated agency is when the broker assigns one agent in the office to work exclusively with the buyer and another one within that same office to work exclusively with the seller, only representing them and not communicating with each other about what their clients are telling them. Okay. See, as a dual agent, if you're working as a dual agent, you could be you are working as a dual agent working with both the seller and the buyer, and that's dual agency.
Mhm.
You need to disclose that to both parties, that your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. Okay. You notice I said your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. I didn't say anything about you, even
Is your
though
broker.
you are working with both the seller and the buyer.
It's your broker that's
The agency, the company, is representing both parties. So, dual agency can also be that Jonathan's working with the seller and Kevin's working with the buyer on the same property with it, and you both work for the same broker. That's dual agency too. If you do not disclose it to the consumer, it's undisclosed dual agency. That's illegal. Okay. A lot of people, what I'm getting at here is a lot of people think that it has to be one agent that works with both the seller and the buyer to be dual agency. It doesn't. It could be two different agents from within the same brokerage. Your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, so therefore it's dual agency. Now they came out with this new type of agency where you could have two agents from within the same brokerage, one working with the seller, one working with the buyer, and it's not dual agency, but it's designated agency. So the broker they assign one agent to work exclusively with the buyer and one to work exclusively with the seller and represent them fully, just like a buyer's agent only or seller's agent only would, and it not be considered dual agency. However, the broker, the company itself, is a dual agent because the broker has knowledge about all of their agents' activities, right? All right, so let's read the definition of that I have here, even though I just gave you that explanation. Designated agency is when a broker assigns one agent within their company to represent the seller or the buyer and another to represent the other, as long as they do not share privileged information entrusted to them by their clients. Designated agency is now allowed. The designated agency must be in writing. different from dual agency, where one agent could represent both the seller and the buyer in the same transaction. They must not place one client's interest above the other, and they must keep confidential any information their clients share with them. All right. So we have a form when working with both parties in a transaction. It's called a written informed consent to dual agency. There's different versions of this. There's one for a seller and there's one for a buyer. So it's not like one form that the seller and the buyer sign. So at the time you get a listing, you could get the seller to sign the written informed consent to dual agency. So now you'll be able to represent the seller and any potential buyer that comes in, because the seller agreed to it in advance. You just need to get those potential buyers to know now, hey, we're already representing the seller. If you want us to represent you too, then we'd be working as a dual agent. There's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's disclosed. How do we disclose it? We get them to sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement. Now, if you're working exclusively with a buyer, you could have what's known as an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. Now, with the changes of the law after that NAR lawsuit that we heard about a year or two ago, came something about called the brokerage service agreement. They were always optional, like the exclusive buyer agency agreement. It's basically a contract with you and the buyer. It was always optional. Most agents didn't use it because I guess I always said that they should, but most agents didn't use it because I guess they felt squeamy about talking about the money when you're working with a buyer. Because the seller always paid the buyer's commission, right? They pay the total commission and then the buyer's agent splits that with the other agency, right? Well, now with that, after that NAR lawsuit, the seller can pay the total commission that gets split, or they can only pay the seller's agent's commission. And then the buyer's agent's commission needs to be paid by the buyer. So now this makes it a little trickier. How do we know who's paying what? Especially since now they also changed the rules that in the MLS, they can't say how much the commission is or if they're splitting it or anything. They don't put commissions in the MLS anymore at all. So what do we do when we're working with a buyer and we're showing a property? We want to show a property. We want to find out how much commission they're offering and if they're offering any commission. Because if they're not, we're going to need to get an agreement in place with the buyer that they got to pay our commission.
Yeah.
It's called a brokerage service agreement, a BSA. So these exclusive buyer agency agreements have now been included in these brokerage service agreements, which do talk about the commissions. So, that's it for that. Let's continue here. There's nothing in the law that says that you have to work as an agent in the capacity of an agent. Buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, or designated agent. You could be a transaction broker. You don't have, so what's the difference between working as an agent or a transaction broker? Agents owe what we call fiduciary responsibilities to our clients. These are legal responsibilities that we owe to our clients. Transaction brokers don't have those legal obligations. That's wherein the difference lies. But I represent all my clients, so I always work as an agent. I work in one of these forms as an agent. Now, where would it make sense to work as a transaction broker? I would say if you're like, if you have an agency, if you've got a company that's like trying to get the audience, like the for sale by owners and such that don't want to list with real estate companies. So you're going to tell them, hey, I could get you in the MLS for a flat fee. I'm not going to do any open houses for you. but I could lease to you or sell you a for sale sign. I could rent you uh, our lock boxes, and any calls that come in, we forward directly to you. So you could filter your own leads and all that, and you do your own showings and all that. So for a flat fee of like $600, I'll put you in the MLS for 6 months. If you need another 6 months, well, another $600 or maybe 400. I'll do it at a discounted rate. Okay. So working as a transaction broker, you don't have any legal obligation to those that you're representing. It's like when you're operating, doing those a la carte services like that. It's like, hell, why do I need to now have legal obligations to represent you as well? It doesn't make sense to. So that's where it would make sense to work as a transaction broker. Although I've seen real estate agents just check it off because they don't want to owe any legal responsibilities to anybody anytime anyway. So that, how do you know if somebody's working as a transaction broker or as an agent?
To the
They have recognized them.
Well, the CIS form, that's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. It explains the different ways you could work with somebody.
Mhm.
It used to have a checkbox on it that you checked off how you intend to work with them as of now. It doesn't have that anymore, but it does have a signature line for us. So it's just a disclosure of the different ways we could work with somebody. But if you're going to work with somebody as a exclusive buyer agent, you could have a exclusive buyer agency agreement. If you're going to work with them as a dual agent, you could have an informed consent to dual agency. If you're going to be working with them as a designated agent, well, we have designated agency disclosure forms now. And if you're going to work with somebody as a transaction broker, well, there's no official form for that. Each agent should come up with their own written agreement as to what are they doing in exchange for the fee they're earning. Okay. So licensees in New Jersey have the option of functioning as transaction brokers without creating an agency relationship with any of the parties to a transaction. The CIS statement for the commission, the Real Estate Commission's definition and discussion of this term, transaction brokers are under the same obligation to make reasonable efforts to ascertain material information on the physical condition of properties and to disclose to the parties of the transaction what such an effort would have revealed. Under certain unusual circumstances, a broker may act as an agent for one party and a transaction broker for the other, such as when one party refuses to offer a disclosed dual agency. So you could tell them, hey, I'm representing the seller, but I could represent you as the buyer as well. So we'd be working as a dual agent. And maybe the buyer says, well, I don't want you doing that. Okay, then we'll be a seller's agent only. And for you, I'll work with you as a transaction broker. I do the same thing I would as an agent, but I don't owe any of those legal responsibilities to you now. So you're actually losing representation by telling somebody they don't want you to work as a dual agent, unless they go to a different company altogether and work with a different company, or have your broker designate a different agent within your office to represent them exclusively as a buyer's agent, because we have that designated agency now, right? So these are the different ways we can work with people. Okay.
Got it.
Is there anything wrong with dual agency?
No.
Nothing wrong with that.
Unless, when is there a problem with dual agency?
Unless
Right.
the buyer doesn't want it or the seller doesn't want it.
If you don't disclose it.
If you don't disclose.
Disclose.
Yeah, you have to disclose the parties that you're working with. I mean, have you guys ever heard of buyer's agency, seller's agency, disclosed dual agency, designated agency? Do you guys ever hear of it? A transaction broker? Did you guys ever hear these things before?
No,
Mhm.
I've never heard
Most of
of
the public hasn't either. So unless we inform them, they're not even going to know what the hell it is. Right? But the law requires us to, first of all, describe the different forms of agency. And how do we do that to the public?
For
Repeat the question again.
The law requires us to tell the public about these different forms of representation, how we could work with somebody. And how do we do that? How do we introduce them to these different ways that we could work with them?
By disclosing it,
And how do we disclose it?
through all the documentation that we provide.
What's the name of the document that we provide?
the CIS.
There
CSI.
you go. It's a CIS. Not,
CSI.
not CSI. That's a TV show. It's the
CIS.
CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement. Okay. That's the first thing we give to anyone we intend to do business. Don't worry. I'm going to have a slide just about the CIS form. Okay. And then if you want to work with somebody as a dual agent or designated agent, you'd also need to get their informed consent, their permission
The right.
that way. All right. So, oh, here it is. Here's the slide that I created for you guys just about CIS. Okay. So the CIS is the Consumer Information Statement. There's new versions of them. The ones in the book are outdated now. So the newer versions, you could find them on these links right here, either in the shared Google Drive here, or right here from Mid-Jersey Realtors. If I click on that, let me see if they got that. Yeah. Okay. These are some forms. Let me see. Here's the Consumer Information Statement that they made available. The Law Against Discrimination, the LAD notice. We don't give people the law. We give them the document about the law. It's called the Attorney General's Memorandum. So this, you click on this, that will open up that. New Jersey Consumer Protection Act. What is that? I think that's, see, they word things differently on the links than what there actually are. Oh, that's New Jersey's law on the consumer protection. Okay. Seller property condition disclosure statement now required by law. Wasn't previously. Okay, so yeah, this talks about the changes recently in the law after that whole NAR lawsuit, the creation of that new designated agency, the requirement now that all owners of property fill out a seller's property condition disclosure that they need to provide to buyers. Before it was optional, now it's mandatory, as well as an open house sign. We have sign-in sheets at open houses, but we need a sign now at an open house that says, "Hey, buddy, the guy that just walked off the street that walked into this open house, I'm not representing you. I'm representing the seller. However, I can represent you too if you're not working with an agent." That's all that sign is, but that's a requirement now too. Designated realtor application, okay. And nope, they don't even have the forms about that, so I don't know why. So they just got the CIS here and the Attorney General's memorandum. Oh wait, those new documents, they may be under here. The consumer protection, so read the bill. No, we're not going to read the actual law. For details. This is just a seller's disclosure. Okay, no, they don't even have the form there. So I do on in the shared Google Drive. You click on that. Does it work? Yes, it does. It opens up the CIS form. that talks about the different types of agency. Then we sign there. All right, so it's the first thing, it's the first document given to anyone you intend to do business with. It's required according to 11.5. What is 11.5? 11:5?
Say, uh, Massachusetts, 11.5, the rule.
It's the administrative code. Those are the rules and
Administrative code.
regulations of the Real Estate Commission. And what are the statutes, the laws called? The numbers?
That's
The tag
45,
45.
4515. 4515.
4515. Okay. So
45.
don't worry. I know you guys still need to. I just introduced you to this stuff. You're gonna have to study it to remember it. But you see, this is why I keep asking you guys questions about things that we've went over. I try to force you to remember it. You know, I try to force a little study while I go over things here. Okay, it's better than just giving you a quiz and me taking a break for a few minutes. You know. All right. So, CIS form. When do we give it? First thing.
First day.
Who do we give it to? Anyone you intend to do business with. Who is it required that we give it to? Well, we're required to give it to people before any discussion or motivation about their financial situations initiated. It's only required for residential transactions, and it must be given to owners, buyers, and tenants. It's not required for short-term rentals, less than 125 days, or for commercial transactions. Now, the old version of this form, you could print it on legal size paper and then fold it as a brochure. But now, since they added a new form of designated agency on there, made it a little bit longer, so you can't really do that. You could put it on legal size paper, and instead of giving you a blank front and a blank back, it'll only give you a blank front or a blank back that you could then customize with your own company's logo or put a picture of the state of New Jersey there and make it look fancy as a brochure. Okay. All righty. So the Real Estate Commission has this update that they gave to us. You could also find this on the Real Estate Commission's website, the August 13th, 2024. 2 brokers of records from the Department of Banking and Insurance, Bulletin 2411, changes to the Real Estate Broker and Salesperson Acts. Licensee business relationships, they created a designated agency. They updated the consumer information statement to include the designated agency now. There's also brokerage service agreements that we have to use that talk about the commissions that are being charged and if the owner is allowing us to split it and share that commission or not. There's an update to the property condition disclosure statement. We had all those environmentalists actually put a statement in there now about flooding, because we got to let you know, because of climate change, we're all going to be underwater by 2050. I don't know. They can't even tell me what the weather is going to be tomorrow, and yet they're going to tell me we're all going to be underwater by 2050. Go figure on that. You know. Here's an interesting little factoid. I'm full of them. You guys know the inventor, the creator of the Weather Channel, says that this whole climate change stuff is nonsense. He asks all of these, the proponents, the people that love to talk about climate change, they're like, there's been a consensus amongst scientists. Okay, well, first of all, that's not science. There is no consensus in science where everybody agrees on, things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gravity, right? He says there's no consensus. He's like, most of these scientists can't even tell me how much carbon dioxide there's in the air. And these are the people telling us about climate change, and charging businesses carbon credits and things of that nature. In the meantime, these are the people that are flying jets and creating more pollution. But in this newest property condition disclosure statement, which needs to be filled out by the owner anytime we get a listing, it gives the information about their property, not just negative stuff that are problems and issues, but also maybe improvements that they've done to the house since they bought it. Okay. The BSA talks about brokers' commissions. There's a new signage that's required to be at open houses that we need to use. So basically, that sign just says that, hey, you walk in off the street, I'm not representing you, I'm representing the seller, but I can work with you as well. Because we need to describe the obvious to people because not everybody's as sharp as a tack. So, and there's a new continuing education requirement of that new 1 hour of agency, which we already went over that. So this is the bulletin that talks about it, all that stuff. And here's links to the actual forms in our shared Google Drive. I have links to these actual forms if you want them. All right, I'm going to make a video and post it on our website. I already made a video about this because I taught a class and I explained and I went over in detail all these new forms. However, that makes this class extremely long. And we went over several days. The class went over by several days when we went over this. So I'm going to make it available, these videos, on our website and on our Facebook page. I'm going to create videos going over each one of these forms with explanations, but they're not going to be, I'm not going to go over them. We're not going to include them in this class anymore. I'm just going to explain, I'm just going to give you a rough explanation, but I'm not actually going to show the form and read it in detail and explain it to you anymore, because that takes way, way too long. But I do have recordings of that, and I'm going to put them on our website for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Agency relationships and disclosures, the CIS form, the informed consent to dual agency, designated agency, that new open house flyer, brokerage service agreements, listing agreements, and the new updated CE requirements are all covered under these new law changes. Here's a link to the exclusive buyer's agency agreement and other disclosures and forms in our shared Google Drive. I don't need to give you this. I sent this to you, I think, in our in the email that I gave you about the shared Google Drive. So you guys have the direct links to this already. So I don't need to copy and paste it and give it to you now. It's in that email I sent to you. And remember this, we already went over this in last chapter about the new CE requirements, right? That we now have the 1 credit of agency law that's been added. So 12 credits in order to renew your license. When do they need to be completed by? 2 months before license renewal, so April 30th. Otherwise, you'll be subject to a $200 processing fee. You could take 6 credits in core topics. 2 have to be in ethics. 1 has to be in fair housing. 1 in agency. And the remaining 2 can be in any approved class for core topics. The additional 6 credits can be any approved class. It could be core, ethics, agency, fair housing, or electives. Or you could take 11 credit hours. They could be in ethics classes or 1 in fair housing. And we already went over explaining to you guys the other day. We went over the CE reporting system that PSI manages for the state of New Jersey, right? When you take the classes, it explains the different how to track that you've completed your education requirement. I'll go over it again right now. What the hell? So this is the New Jersey CE tracking system from PSI. You could create your own logins here once you have your license number to this system. It's njrece.psiexams.com. And I already got my login stuff set up here, so I'm just going to click login. And as you can see, for the current licensing period, I do not have any CE credits because we just renewed our licenses a couple months ago, and I didn't take any CE classes for this next term yet. But this progress bar will start to move and turn green as I complete classes and they get reported to PSI through this system. I could click on my learning plans and I'll show you the last term, the CE classes that I've completed for the 2023 to 2025 renewal period before I could renew my license this year in 2025, which I've already done. If you click on it, you could see that how many hours of classes I took. Did I meet my full 12-hour CE requirement? Yes, because you can see the bar is green all the way, and it's got that green checkbox in that circle. Now, for individual classes, I was required to complete 6 hours of core topics. I actually took 11 hours. 11 of the 12 hours I took in core topics. I was only required to take 6. I was required to take 2 hours in ethics. I took 3. 1 hour in fair housing is required now. I took 3. And 1 hour in agency, that's that new requirement. Well, I took 1. And then somewhere down here, I took 1 hour of an elective course on helping borrowers narrow down their dream home, okay, the search for their dream home. So each one of these classes is licensed. You see there's a license number next to each one of these classes. Yep. And they state on there too, if you click on it, it'll show if it was that just shows the license number. If you click down on it, it reveals the license number, but it shows you the category of the course. Is it a core class? Is it agency? Is it ethics, fair housing, or is it an elective? Okay, so that this way you could see if your requirements are met. And you could just follow this system here and it'll show you easily so that you know that it's been reported and you're ready to renew your licenses. Okay. If you know you took a class, excuse me, if you know you took a class, but it's not reflecting here in this system yet, you need to contact your education provider that you took the class with to make sure that they upload it to the system. Don't wait till the last minute. I know I did here. I waited till the final day here to take this last CE credit, but I was taking them all kind of last minute, and I finished up in time, so I could avoid that $200 processing fee that the Real Estate Commission charges you. Okay, keep in mind all these classes that you pay for, you could get 12 CE credits for less than $100 in some places. We offer them through our education partners, partner schools. And we'll be offering these CE classes again on our own directly in the future as well. Again, we did in the past. And well, that's a CE tracking system from PSI. Okay, that's how you could see if you completed and met all your education requirements. And it keeps a record of it. Look, they started this requirement in that 2011 to 2013 licensing renewal period. I think they passed that law and they instituted it in 2013, actually, 2012 or 2013. And that's where we had to start taking it. And they keep these records all the way back then. You could look back in history and see which classes you took. Okay. So that's the CE tracking system. And now you could go renew your license. So the core breakdown of the CE credits, once again, 12 hours. They need to be completed by April 30th, 2 months before your license renewal on June 30th. If you do not complete them on time, you'll be subject to a $200 processing fee. And you still need to complete them before you can renew your license. If you're changing your license type from referral agent back to a salesperson, you may have to take additional CE classes, and they need to be all in core topics. And depending how long you were hanging your license in referral, and if you initially got your license as a referral agent or as a salesperson that then converted it to a referral agent, and now you want to convert it back to a salesperson, there's this document that the Real Estate Commission put out with the required courses that you need to take in CE before you could reinstate that license and change the license type. And so here is that here's that requirement here. If you were never previously licensed as a salesperson or broker, salesperson, what have you, these are the requirements of the core topics you need to take, depending on how long your license was hanging as a referral agent. And if you started initially as a licensed salesperson or a broker salesperson or broker, these are the requirements of the classes you need to take, depending on how long you were hanging your license in referral. And if you hung it for more than 6 years, well, you may be required to take a license exam again. And if you never had it as a salesperson, but you just initially started as a referral agent, they may require you to retake the entire pre-licensing course and the state exam again to change your license type back to a salesperson if it was more than 6 years. Certain people are exempt from taking the CE classes. Newly licensed agents after June 30th in even numbered years. We just renewed our licenses now. It's 2025. We're in an odd number year. So if you guys get your licenses in 2025, you still need to complete the CE before your license renewal in 2027. But if you hold off until after January and you get your license in 2026, the even year, this class will count as your CE requirement, and you don't need to take those 12 hours of CE. Okay. Now, if you plan on holding off because you're not in a hurry to get your licenses, guys, I would suggest you take the school exam, you take the state exam, and you bang that stuff and get it out of the way while the information's still fresh in your head. You could just hold off on sending it in to activate your license. In the meantime, you're doing a search of brokers and interviewing with brokers, right? That could take a little while. And then when you initially get your license, if you get it in 2026, well, this class counted as your CE. So when it comes time for license renewal in 2027, you will not need to take the CE classes by then, by April 30th. All right. Referral agents are not required to take CE. And brokers who have had their broker's license for at least 40 years, they're exempt from CE licensing requirements for renewal. Okay. All right. So if a property is available for you or any other agent in the listing agency to show, it has to be available for agents from other companies to show as well. That's according to the Real Estate Commission's administrative code, their rules. That's Title 11, Chapter 5. There's no secret pocket listings that are allowed. You can't get a listing that only you can show or agents from your office can show unless the owner directs you not to cooperate with other brokers. And in that case, then you need to confirm it in writing by getting them to sign a document called what?
See.
The waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Remember, anytime we get a listing, we got to put it in the MLS within 48 hours, unless the owner directs you not to cooperate with other brokers. And then you don't put it in the MLS and you get them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Now, this would include any delayed showings for any reason, including building anticipation by calling them coming soon listings. This is another one of those Bravo, HGTV, flip this, flip that idea that came about, where they come up with this idea. Let's call them coming soon listings to build anticipation amongst the public about this property. So they put their for sale sign out there with a coming soon rider. Let me ask you a question. Can you advertise a property for sale if you don't have a listing?
Yes.
No. You need the owner's permission to advertise the property.
Oh, if you don't have a listing. Okay. I get it. I thought you meant if there's no listing, I would say, well, a owner, a for sale by owner wouldn't have I'm thinking MLS listing.
Mm-hmm. So we cannot advertise any properties for sale or rent if we don't have a listing agreement with the owner where they hired us to market their property for sale or rent. You follow? So these coming soon listings make it sound like, hey, this property's not available yet, but it's coming soon. Okay, well, we already have a listing. When we advertise this, a coming soon listing is nothing more than a delayed showing because they're maybe still working on the house or sprucing it up, getting it ready for the sale, or just trying to build anticipation by letting the market know, hey, this property's coming on the market soon. So then we could try to get a bidding war going, you know? But here, I'll show you that coming soon listing form. I got the link to it here, but I got it on the next slide. So here, I'll just show it to you on the next slide. You fill in the listing office information, the agent's name, the address of the listing, and the date that it's first going to be available for the showing. And then it says that the selling broker agrees that they're not going to do any showings in private on their own. There's going to be no office caravans or any agents from their office or cooperating offices that are going to be showing that property. If it's not available for all agents to show, it can't be available for any agents to show. Okay, there's no exceptions to this prohibition against showing before the first showing date. It's just a delayed showing. Okay. And if you wanted to, you could lengthen the delayed showing period if needed more time, or shorten it and make it available sooner by submitting a new coming soon listing form. However, the most you could extend it by is 10 days. So the initial and any extensions can only be 10 days maximum. Okay. Written offers, we must present them or forward them to the owner within 24 hours. And all listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours.
48 hours.
Unless who can tell you not to?
The owner.
The owner.
Only the owner can direct you not to cooperate with other brokers. Not the real estate commission, not your broker, not the other agencies. Only the owner can tell you not to cooperate. And then we need to cover our butts and get them to sign. What are we getting them to sign? It's right there in front of you.
In front of the
A
house.
waiver of broker cooperation.
The waiver of broker cooperation.
Oh,
Correct. All right.
Broker cooperation agreement.
Mm-hmm. And they got a sample of this on page 19. I got a better version that I like to use because it also quotes out the area from the administrative code that states that we have to present all offers and cooperate with agents unless the owner directs us not to. And then if the owner directs us not to, agents can request a copy of the waiver of broker cooperation that the owner signed at the time you got the listing. And then you have to share that with them. So if an agent has a suspicion that you're just giving them a line of BS that, we're not cooperating with other brokers because the owner requested it. Okay, well then, can you forward me that waiver of broker cooperation agreement that they signed at the time you got your listing? You have to share that with them and send it over then. Okay, so here's the one that's in the book, right? So I want you to do this highlight above it on page 19. And then write this at the top. of the page there where it says listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours unless, and then you're going to have highlighted, a seller directs a broker not to cooperate with other brokers. Then the seller must sign a waiver of broker cooperation form. Let me know when you guys get all that down.
Got it.
Now, all the wording that's in here, this is the actual form. I like to use this older version, well, an older version coming up. Here we go. So I'm going to show you that older version that I got, which is the same thing. It's got the same wording. It just quotes the laws in there too, or the administrative code. So here's the what you need to know about the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Licensing law requires all agents to share their listing inventory with other agencies, unless what? Unless the owner directs you not to share the information with other agencies. So if a listing is available for you or an agent, any agent in your office to show, it must be available for agents from other agencies to show as well. Every listing must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours unless the owner directs you not to. And then we cover our butts by getting them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation agreement, which is the form where they directed us not to cooperate with other brokers. Because otherwise, the administrative code of the Real Estate Commission requires us to cooperate with other brokers. So it must be signed by the owner at the time we get the listing, only at the owner's request. We're not supposed to introduce this form or the idea of not cooperating with other brokers to a property owner. It's only if they request it. Then we introduce the form to them to sign to cover our butts. So they put it in writing. So we never introduce that form to them. Okay. And then we don't put the listing in the MLS, because that's how we cooperate with other agents. We put the form in the MLS, we put the listing in the MLS, right? So that's how we would cooperate with them. All right. So this agent, for some reason, she got the owners to sign the waiver of broker cooperation and then still put it in the MLS. She got a $1,000 fine for that. Now, that's not normal. Most agents, they stick the waiver in front of people's face so that they can not put it in the MLS.
Yeah, what would be the what would she gain from putting it in there if
she screwed up? She screwed up.
Okay.
You know, it's probably she had the form in there. She had the owner sign it and introduce the owner to it, had them sign it, and then put it in the MLS anyway. And then the owner was like, "Oh, you're not supposed to put it in the MLS," and they forgot. I'm guessing that she didn't have that discussion, but you could always read the consent order going to the Real Estate Commission's website and their disciplinary actions page, and look up 2018, and you could see this. It's not clickable here. This is just a screenshot.
Yeah.
But you could click on this consent order and it brings up the actual hearing document of what actually went down, what charges happened, and what occurred at the hearing. And it gives you the whole breakdown of the case. Okay. All right. Here's the version of the waiver of broker cooperation agreement that I like. It's all the same wording that you got in the book. It's just formatted a little fancy. And then at the bottom below the signature lines, it also quotes the administrative code rules, 11.5 subchapter 1. So 11.5-6.4, obligation of licensees to the public and to each other. And it talks about, look, we're required to cooperate with other brokers and put the listing in the system within 48 hours. All written offers have to be transmitted within 24 hours. And we cannot place any unreasonable restrictions on showing properties to other agencies. However, requiring them to call your office to make an appointment to show it is not considered a unreasonable restriction. And then this just goes on to say that if an agent requests, if an owner requests that we do not cooperate with other brokers, well, we have them sign this waiver broker cooperation form, and such writing shall be signed by the owner, and such writing shall be made available for inspection by other brokers upon request. So we have to show it to other brokers if they request it, if they think you're BSing them about it being an exclusive listing that the owner directed you not to cooperate with any other brokers. So what does this document actually say? Let's go over it. Let's read this one. It's not that long. By the way, what does it mean when they're all capital letters and bold like this? What does that mean that they're doing? Come on, what's the etiquette in online world? You know, you're shouting at someone, right? You're shouting at them when it's all capital letters, right? So it says, I understand that cooperation amongst brokers produces wider exposure of my property and may result in it being sold or leased sooner and at a higher price than would be the case were my broker not to cooperate with other brokers. I further understand that when my broker cooperates with other brokers, I could still have the arrangements for the showings of the property, and all negotiations made with me or my attorney made only through my listing broker's office should I so desire. However, despite my awareness of these factors, I direct the properties to be marketed only through the efforts of the listing broker. The listing is not to be published in any multiple listing service. I will only consider offers on this property that are obtained by, and will only allow showings of this property to be conducted by the listing broker or their duly authorized representatives. The listing broker is hereby directed not to cooperate with any other broker. And by signing below, the parties hereto confirm that no pressure or undue influence has been exerted upon the owners as to how this property is to be marketed by the listing broker. The owner further confirms receipt of the fully executed copy of the listing agreement on this property and this waiver of broker cooperation. And then the owner sign and date, and you as the listing broker sign and date. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward there. And I have this copy if you wanted this copy. I've got this copy available in the shared Google Drive here under waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Let me see if I could click that and get the link for you. Oh no, this one's a little bit different. Oh no, it's the same one, but it's branded. Here, this is what I pulled up here. This is the one I got in a shared Google Drive that's branded here to the Middlesex County MLS, which is no longer called the Middlesex County MLS. They're now called All Jersey MLS. But either way, you could take the wording of it and the format here and make your own version of it. Just keep in mind that usually on these documents, these forms, the actual form part itself up here, laws usually require a minimum 12-point font size as the minimum font, so that it's not like micro print that they got to pull out a magnifying glass to read the darn thing. Okay. Geez, I got so many windows open. All right. And here's some more forms that we have direct links to: the exclusive buyer's agency agreement, exclusive tenant agency agreements, informed consent to designated agency. There's one version for the seller and one for the landlord, and one for a buyer and one for a tenant. And here's that required open house sign, a link to that we have to use now. So open houses must have a sign-in sheet, and buyers working with agents must disclose that they're working with another agent on the sign-in sheet. Why do we require sign-in sheets at open houses?
You said, why are we
Yeah,
required?
take a guess. why are we required to have sign-in sheets at open houses?
Uh, I would say people come in and
So I think that I would say to track volume of people coming in and also to prevent stealing other people's clients.
Uh, okay, so you could keep a record of who's been there so that you could maybe show the seller that people have been
Follow
coming
up,
in.
reach back out to follow up. So you may reach back out to the actual buyer, or if they said they have a realtor, you reach out to the realtor to see what their interest was, if they're interested in purchasing or moving
Okay, so
forward.
follow up and feedback so that we could then report back to the owner as well. And then for security reasons, like you said, right, in case something gets stolen. That's actually the main reason why we're required to have a sign-in sheet. I'm going to show you a way. Remember, I told you guys I'm going to give you little tips here and there. I'm going to show you a way that you could become a much better agent. I told you the way to do that is you educate the public, right? But sometimes it could be by playing little games with them too. So at an open house, have you guys ever been to an open house? You just walk off
yes.
in the street to one of these open houses to go check out the house. They have you sign, the agent has you sign in, and then they let you walk around the house. They probably didn't even follow you around to answer your questions or anything, right? So yeah, if you got any questions, you could ask me questions. I'll be right here playing my video games on my cell phone. All right. um, Agents shouldn't do that. This is what I do at my open houses. And I suggest that you do too. It'll make you seem a lot more professional. Okay, you ready for this tip?
Yep.
Right.
First of all, at open houses, I can't I can't read most people's writing because their writing is chicken scratch way worse than mine. A lot of people can't even read their own handwriting. So the sign-in sheet's going to be pretty worthless to you, right? So one step is I don't let people sign in. I ask them for the information that I fill in, and then if you want a signature, you could have them sign it. Um, that's number one. This way I could read my own writing. Or you could use like on a tablet, you get an iPad or something, you could put down, there's apps for sign-in sheets for open houses too, that could even confirm people's identities and stuff like that. But that's not the part what I was talking about to make you a better agent. You guys said you both been to open houses before?
I have.
Okay. And when you go to an open house, the first thing an agent does, they have you sign in, right?
Yep.
This is what I do at my open houses. When somebody comes in, I'm going to say, well, I'm going to need to see your ID before I can let you sign in. What would your response be to me? If you walk into an open house to sign in, I'm going to be like, guys, I'm going to just need to see your ID really quick before you sign in here.
Why? That'd be my response. Why do you need my ID?
Why, you never had an agent ask you for ID to an open house before?
Never.
Shock.
Never.
Listen, I don't know how other agents, really? You never had another agent ask you for ID at an open house? You notice my play acting, I'm kind of like,
I
trying to stretch it out a little bit and dramatize it a little bit, okay? Because I want to make a point about this to that person who walked into the open house.
Mhm.
I'd be like, really? You never had an agent ask you for your ID at an open? Wow. I don't know how other agents out there conduct their business, but this property owner hired me to look after their property and open it up to the public. I mean, I can't just have strangers walking into the open house, things go missing. You write down false names on a sign-in sheet. Really? You never had an agent ask for your ID at an open house? Well, I don't know how other agents conduct their business, but when somebody hires me to work for them, I represent my client's interest, and we got to look out for whoever. We got to keep a record of everybody that came into this open house. So that's why I want to confirm who you are before you sign in on that open house sign-in sheet there. Okay, so that's why we have it. Really, you never had another agent ask you? Huh. Well, you know what? Are you working with an agent right now in your search for a home? Because if you're not, I could provide the same level of service to you. Ooh. See what I
Yeah.
did right there?
Yep.
I just pointed out how other agents are doing half-ass jobs, not doing what they're supposed to. However, I do. And you even just said to me, Jonathan, you were like, nobody ever asked me for that before.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. Right? I mean, doesn't it seem like I'm doing something that other agents are not doing?
Yeah.
And I
Absolutely.
am.
Hmm.
And I am. I'm looking out for my client's best interest. Now, how much did it cost me to do that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
But did it elevate my professionalism a little bit? Especially when I explained it to you?
Hmm.
I mean, because look, you did it calmly, but I've had people walking before. Why do you need to see my ID? I didn't need to show you ID. What do you need my ID for? I'm like, why? You never had an agent ask you for your ID before when going into an open house? No. Really? Well, listen, I don't know how other agents conduct their business, but when I'm hired by the owner to look out for their property, I represent my client's interest, and I got to keep a record of who comes in. I don't know what name you're writing down there, or if it's even legitimate. I need to see your ID and check the ID and confirm everybody who signs in this sign-in sheet that they are who, in fact, they say they are. Um, what if something goes missing from the house and we need to file a police report or something? Police need to investigate, really, you never had anybody ask for your ID? I'm sorry if it's an inconvenience to you, but I have to look out for my client's best interest. Can't just let anybody come in off the street and walk through the house without first confirming their identification. Hope you understand this.
Yeah. You
And
could
if you're
even
not.
tie it into a safety aspect too, because I
Mhm.
remember when I used to work so retail, you needed to know who was in your building, especially overnight, right? Because once, if God forbid, a fire breaks out, you
Mhm.
need to be able to give that list of all the employees that are there. So you can kind of say the same thing there. Like, I need to verify it so I know that if God forbid an emergency and the police department or fire department
Mhm.
ask me who's in the house, I can give them a actual
Mhm.
list of who's in the house.
Yep. Well,
That's,
hopefully nobody's going to be sleeping in your open house.
yeah.
Make sure everybody leaves that open
Yes.
house. But here, let me give you another little bit of advice. When doing open houses, a lot of times you're doing it. You got an open house for several hours, probably on a Sunday, and it's probably going to be dead most of the time. You may get a straggler that comes in here or there, but sometimes you'll get a sudden rush of people all at once.
Mhm.
Maybe even just a group, they're together, they're a big group. You need to be in control of that open house. So I suggest you do this. If you got a large group of people, say that you're going to split them, they're going to split that group in half, and we're going to take half the group through at a time that you could, and you're going to walk them through so that you can answer any questions that they have, and you're going to walk them through that open house while they walk through the house, answer any questions that they have, and ask the other group, say, listen, if I could split this group in half, I'm going to take half of you through and give you a guided tour, and then after that first half, I'll take this next group in. Okay, it's just a better way for me to keep control over, what rooms people are going into and make sure that nothing's getting stolen or anything like that. I have to look out for my client's interest. I hope you understand. Um, so if you could please just bear with me, and I'll take the first group through and answer any questions that they have. So if it may take a couple minutes, please just bear with me and understand. And then I'll come through and I'll give you that same level of attention if you could just bear with me. And if you ask people like this, but yet in a firm way, they'll respect it, And if they don't, there's the door. Get the F out of here. You don't need to let everybody in off the street into an open house. You're discriminating. I don't give a shit. It's an open house. I got to control who comes in here. Get out. If you want to abide by my rules to walk into this open house, then you're more than welcome to come in.
Mhm.
Okay, so you need to be in control. Usually people don't get rowdy like that. In your careers, you may come across one or two, but usually people will respect you, especially if you're a little bit more commanding and not too wishy-washy, But be respectful, I kept a calm tone throughout most of this, right? And but I was firm in what I said, and respectful in what I said. So most people, they start to be like, wow, yeah, how come other agents aren't asking for IDs at open house? That makes a lot of sense what he said, you know?
Mhm.
And then at this time, I'll also say, by the way, if you're not working with another agent, I could give you that same level of service. And if you're not working with any other agents, um, when I work with buyers, we give buyer rebates. So I could give you back, I could share up to 25% of my commission on this sale with you and giving you back a rebate. Any other agent try bribing you that way and offering to pay you, share some of their commission with you if you buy the house through them? Well, it's legal for me to do that. How about that? Most agents probably never even told you about that. So, what are my odds on this stranger that walked in the front door going to really want to work with me now to help them in their home search? I mean, I showed them that I'm doing stuff other agents aren't doing, and I'm offering to share my commission with them, for crying out loud. Now, can I pay them directly? No. But how do I can offer a buyer rebate if my broker allows it.
Mhm.
Okay. And it needs to be disclosed from the onset of your relationship that you're offering a rebate, how much that rebate's going to be, and you got to sign that exclusive buyer's agency agreement with the rebate thing there. You know, um, why not? That's a way to capture an audience where somebody previously was signing in as Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck on that sign-in sheet. Swear to God, I've had Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck at my sign-in at my open houses before. You know, after I look at the sign-in sheet long after the open house, you know, I'm looking to follow up on it. I'm like, son of a. So, plus, if you sign them in, if you're the one that actually signs them in, you ask them, okay, so you got their ID, so you're writing down their information, and then you ask, by the way, I'm going to reach out to you for a follow-up for the seller. I'm not going to harass you or anything like that. Can I get your email or your phone number just so that I could reach out to you to get some feedback from you to give back to the seller at a future time? What's that email? What's that phone number? People are less likely to lie if they're telling it to you rather than if they're writing it down.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all my advice I got for you about open houses. Oh, how do you do an open house if you don't have any listings? You're brand new to the industry.
Mhm.
How do you get some clients really quick? You look through your office's listing inventory and you ask them. You could ask the broker, but I would also extend that courtesy to the actual listing agent and ask them, hey, I noticed you got this listing here. Would it be okay if I do an open house for your listing? Okay. And now any buyer that walks in that front door, that's your client. So the listing agent gets the seller's side of the commission, you get the buyer side if they buy that property. Here's an interesting statistic, though.
Even if they have a real estate agent, or even if they have a salesperson.
If they have another real estate agent, no.
No, okay.
You know, but most people that walk into open houses on their own aren't working with real estate agents. And if they are, well, where are they?
Yeah.
How come they're not working with you? You know, I wouldn't have you walking around showing open houses. I could show you every property that's on the market. I don't need you walking in hoping that this is in your price range and hoping that it has as many bedrooms and bathrooms that you need and all that. I'm gonna search all the listing inventory that's out there on the market, not just listed by my company, but other companies. And I could share that information with you, and we could cover a lot more ground that way instead of having you stumble into open houses here and there and wasting your time, you know. And I could set up appointments and show you other brokerages listings, you know. So even if it's a for sale by owner or if it's new construction, you guys really need to coach buyers with new construction that if you're purchasing a property that's new construction, make sure you put on that sign-in sheet that you're working with an agent. As a matter of fact, here's a couple of my business cards. Make sure you give them one and let them know that I am working with you, because if they end up wanting to purchase new construction on a sign-in sheet, they fail to say that they were working with an agent, the builder will not pay a commission to the buyer's agent.
Oh, wow.
So If they did disclose that on a sign-in sheet, they will. Interesting little lesson that I learned the hard way from one of my clients, did that. So it was a bit of a pain in the butt. So did I have anything else I had to say about that or no? I think that's it for the tips I got for you for open houses. But oh, no, there's one more. Those buyers that walk into open houses that you're trying to get as your clients, ask them where they live now and what their time frame is to move. Ask them if they have a lease that they have to wait to expire. Are they living with family? Or perhaps you have a home you need to sell first. Look at that. You could get a listing from an open house. I've actually got listings from open houses before. A lot of agents wouldn't even think to ask that.
Mhm.
You get a listing from a buyer that walks into an open house. Yeah, I got to sell my house before I could buy the next one.
Yep.
Is it listed for sale yet? I could help you sell it. All right. So enough of my tips. Let's move on. All right. Oh, so manipulative when these buyers write love letters to the seller. And a lot of times real estate agents can convince them to do this. They even dictate to them what to say to try to manipulate the seller into accepting their offer over others. I always hated this. I thought it was so manipulative and dirty and underhanded by trying to play on a seller's emotions. I tell the seller, listen, you hired me to be your representative to take the emotion out of this. This is a business transaction. I'm trying to get you the most money I can from the best buyer possible. Don't let them manipulate you by pulling on your heartstrings. Yeah, we were the family with the little children. We loved your house. We're not going to change a thing. Okay, they're pulling on those heartstrings, of the seller. And now I've been finally justified because some states are actually outlawing this practice. New Jersey hasn't, though. But those buyers should beware, and sellers beware, too. Because if you end up accepting someone else's offer, and someone else put a higher offer in, but this person, oh, you like them, they pulled on your heartstrings. Well, they could end up trying to sue you for discrimination or something. Why? Well, let me let this guy talk to you a little bit about it. So let me optimize that video and share it here.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lee, Senior Counsel and Director of Legal Affairs at NAR. As buyers compete in a hot real estate market, they are searching for ways to stand out from the crowd. One method being used is to send a love letter to entice the seller into choosing their offer. While a love letter may seem innocent, they can raise fair housing concerns and risk exposing both the real estate broker and their clients to legal risks. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale or rental of housing and prohibits making housing otherwise unavailable because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status. Many states and local governments have their own fair housing laws, which can include additional protected categories. The use of a love letter often presents fair housing issues because they often contain personal information about the buyer, such as their race and culture or traditions, as a way of appealing to the seller's emotions. Some buyers even go as far as sending sophisticated packages that include photographs and videos. For example, a buyer might send a letter with a photo of their family around a Christmas tree. As a result, the buyer has revealed their religion, which is a prohibited basis for a seller to base their decision to reject an offer. While it may not be the buyer's intent for the seller to use this information to discriminate, that is essentially the position that a love letter can place the seller. When considering that the information cannot be easily forgotten or unseen, a love letter may ironically cause the seller to be fearful of selecting the buyer's offer because of potential discrimination issues. Therefore, real estate professionals should advise their clients about the risk of love letters and at a minimum, stress the importance of avoiding including any information in the letter that could be used to legally discriminate. But of course, even a photograph of the buyers could lead a seller to give preference to a buyer or reject them based on race or other background. Fair housing is a high priority throughout the country, and states are closely monitoring the practice of love letters. In fact, just recently, Oregon enacted a law to take effect on January 1, 2022 that bans the use of buyer love letters. Here are some best practices to consider when it comes to love letters. At the outset of the relationship, speak to your client about the risks of buyer love letters and the potential fair housing issues they raise. Remind your seller client that an offer should be assessed based only on objective criteria such as price and timing. If your seller client insists they want to receive buyer love letters, advise them to consult legal counsel and to document their decision-making process in selecting an offer. Avoid helping buyer clients to draft or deliver love letters. Be sure to warn them against revealing any personal information that could raise fair housing issues. Counsel them to focus on the characteristics of the home or other objective information. Lastly, help your buyer clients find other ways to differentiate themselves to win the property. Beyond offering more money, the buyer may consider offering more flexibility with the closing date, additional earnest money, or waiving other contingencies that may appeal to the seller. Thank you for watching this episode of Window to the Law.
Things you may not normally think about. All right. Let's see. Regulations of documents and contracts. All agents must place their client's interest above all others, including their own. That's what your fiduciary duty says. However, they have an obligation to treat all parties fairly and honestly and make reasonable efforts to obtain material information about a property. We'll learn about what material information is in Chapter 3, but since it was mentioned here, I'll just give you a quick rundown. Material information is usually information about the physical condition of a property. Not necessarily problems with a property, but things like the architectural style, if it's types of the heating and cooling systems or fuel that's used to heat the house, the type of roof, is there a garage, is it attached or detached, the physical condition of the property is that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. So it's not necessarily negative things. We, as real estate agents, we're obligated to investigate and disclose all material information about a property that can be discovered. So seller's agents must disclose to potential buyers material information about the physical condition of the property, as well as any other information a reasonable buyer would consider important before purchasing. Likewise, buyer's agents have to make reasonable efforts to make sure the buyer's financially capable of purchasing before asking a seller to take their property off the market and to accept an offer that they're presenting. That's material information from the buyer's side. At minimum, a pre-qualification letter should be obtained from a lender to disclose to the sellers if they become aware of a condition that would make the buyer unable to proceed. They would need to then disclose that information. Like if the buyer's deposit check bounced, or they're having trouble getting qualified for the mortgage or approved for the mortgage loan. Okay? That's what all this stuff basically boils down to down here. But it doesn't go into it in such detail. Okay.
Yep.
So there's 5 broker business relationships today. 4 of them are agency relationships, and one of them is that transaction broker. It doesn't have the word agent there. So therefore, they don't owe legal responsibilities for those that they're working with. Those transaction brokers. Now, if you're working as an agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, or designated agent, you have legal obligations. You're legally obliged to represent your clients. And we'll go over in detail in chapter 3 what that entails. As an agent, the person that you're working with, that you're representing, they're called your client. Another agent's client, what are they to you? They're a customer. You don't owe them legal obligations, these fiduciary duties, but you still need to treat them fairly and honestly. Okay? Now, if you're working as a transaction broker, the people that you work with, that you represent but don't have legal obligations to, they're called customers. Okay? So, who is owed fiduciary duties? Clients. Clients are only owed fiduciary duties. And who are clients owed fiduciary duties by? The agents that represent them. Not when you're working as a transaction broker. Now, what determines how you're representing somebody, how you're working with somebody? The CIS form is the first document that discloses the different ways we could work with somebody. But those other contracts, those brokerage service agreements, exclusive buyer agency agreements, informed consents to dual agency or designated agency agreements, those are what create or a listing agreement. Those are the things that create the agency relationship. All right, so I basically said all that stuff in explanation of what's here on this slide without reading the slide.
So
now, transaction brokers, they don't represent anybody in an agency capacity. So they don't owe those legal fiduciary duties to anybody. And what do you call the person that a transaction broker is working for?
The person a transaction broker is working for?
Yeah, they're working with you to help them sell a home or buy a home. What do you call that person?
An assistant?
The customer.
The customer.
Clients are those that agents work with. Transaction brokers work with customers. Okay? So what's the difference between a client and a customer? Clients we owe legal fiduciary duties to. Customers we do not. We just need to we owe them fair and honest dealing. That's it. We can't lie to them. Can't lie to them about problems that we know about the house. Right? We have to treat everybody fairly and honestly. This isn't a business like used car sales where we try to put thicker oil in a car to stop the knocking noises. You know, you're not trying to get one over on people. You have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in this business. Okay.
We don't have Lucas Oil here?
No. Why do they do that?
Huh?
Why does what do you got, a shop called Lucas Oil, or are you talking about Lucas Oil itself?
Lucas Oil itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever you have a good knock on a car, usually they'll put some good old Lucas Oil in there to kind of get it to settle down a little bit.
Or some thicker oil, gear oil even. 90-weight gear oil. A little bit of that will cure that problem temporarily anyway. Until it starts blowing smoke again.
They just need it in there just so they can sell it after that.
Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. Buyer beware. You should have inspected it, right?
Yeah.
All right, so with real estate, they'll get home inspections, but we still need to disclose any information about a property. What information are we required to disclose?
Um, anything that is unsafe.
Well, no, I'm looking for a term. There's
Oh,
a term. Well, not just stuff that's unsafe and dangerous, but also how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, the architectural style. Is there a garage? Is there not a garage? Type of heating systems? Is there an oil tank? We call this material information.
okay.
Material information was the phrase I was looking for. Okay. We'll need to know that. We're going to learn about, in chapter 3, we're going to learn about material information, material defects, latent defects, and some other terminology like that. All right, so when talking about broker business relationships, there's nothing in the law that requires a licensee to act in the capacity of an agent. You could also just be the manager of a transaction without owing any fiduciary duties to customers that you're working with. In that case, you would work as a transaction broker. Licensees can select to work with a transaction broker at any time. However, it makes more sense to do it when offering a la carte services. I already explained this to you guys a little bit earlier, where it would make sense to work as a transaction broker. So you should have an employment agreement with the seller or buyer or landlord or tenant. It's now required by law with the brokerage service agreements. This says exactly what you'll be doing in exchange for the fees you're earning. Agencies that work with FSBOs, those for sale by owners, they often use this type of relationship because for a flat fee or a la carte service menu, the agent doesn't want to be liable to owe legal obligate fiduciary duties to someone who's not paying them much money, right, for those legal services. So, for example, if you charge $600 to list a property in the MLS, you're not going to be doing open houses or marketing the property, and other than placing it on your own company website, maybe. You'd forward all the calls to the sellers so that they could deal directly with the buyers. They do their own open houses, they do their own marketing, etc., etc. They prepare their own contracts, or for an additional fee, we can. However, any licensee can opt to work as a transaction broker. It makes more sense in this situation, however. Otherwise, it's always good to represent your client's best interest. Okay? So, a transaction broker, in a simple definition, is a manager of the transaction but doesn't represent anyone in an agency capacity. They don't owe fiduciary duties to anyone. The agent should have an agreement explaining what they'll be doing in exchange for the fee they'll be earning. And the person the licensee is working with as a transaction broker is referred to as a customer, not a client. Because clients are people who we owe fiduciary duties to. And customers, we only owe them fair and honest dealing. Here's some of those forms that we went over already. CIS. What is that? The Consumer Information Statement. Who do we give it to? Anyone we intend to do business with. It's only required for residential, and it's not required for commercial properties or transactions. The informed consent to dual agency is if we're going to be working as a dual agent, we need to get the client's permission to work as a dual agent. Informed consent to designated agency. If we're working as a designated agent, we need their permission as well. The cover page of any contract that we prepare needs to be the Opinion 26 notice. So before they ever see the contract, they see this notice that tells them that they have a right to hire a lawyer. The Attorney General's memorandum needs to be given to owners, property owners, at the time we get a listing. It needs to be given to all property owners at the time we get a listing. Doesn't matter residential or commercial. And the newer version of this Attorney General's it basically tells them that they cannot discriminate when offering their property for sale or lease. And this newer version that's been updated includes something called the Fair Chance in Housing Act, the FCHA. That's that thing I was telling you about where criminals are considered a protected class now in New Jersey. Now, in chapter 4, when we talk about discrimination, I'm going to have a NAR attorney explaining the Fair Chance in Housing Act and how some states like California, Illinois, Washington, D.C., and New Jersey are, have some sort of Fair Chance in Housing Act laws in place, and they don't make criminals a protected class. However, you can be held liable for discriminating against a criminal because the criminal justice system is inherently racist, and therefore if you rely on that inherently racist system that locked somebody up, even though it was a jury that convicted them of their crime, you could be, by extension, discriminating based on their race. It's the most stupid thing, but we'll get into that in chapter 4. The lead hazard addendum, we didn't get into that yet. It's a federal document. All states require it. So it doesn't matter what state you're working in real estate. Property owners are required to fill out the lead hazard addendum and disclose any knowledge that they have or reports about lead hazards in the home, particularly lead paint. Any property built before 1978 were required to give the lead hazard addendum to, because after 1978, lead was banned from construction materials. Okay. And we need to give the lead hazard pamphlet informing people about the hazards of lead, and give them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection for lead, or waive that opportunity if they want to close any sooner. Okay. So there's a bunch of the forms. Are these all the forms that we've gone over, or all the forms we're going to go over? No. But there's a list of them, because at this point I usually get people their heads are spinning. They're like, oh my God, all these forms. Is there a list of all the forms that we use on each transaction? Well, no, because not all transactions are the same. Not all look, the lead hazard addendum, that's only used on properties built prior to 1978, not after. Attorney General's memorandum, you give that to owners of property at the time you get a listing, all owners. The CIS, that needs to be the cover page of contracts for sale or lease that licensees prepare. And we can only prepare contracts for residential property, so it's not required for commercial. And it's only required when the owner, CIS form, I'm sorry, I mixed it up with the Opinion 26 form. The Opinion 26 form needs to be the cover page of all contracts. It informs people that they have a right to hire a lawyer. The CIS form, we give it to everybody, except for commercial real estate or residential leases less than 125 days, because that's considered a seasonal rental. Okay. So yeah, we also got the seller's property condition disclosure report. Now it's required by law. Previously, it was not. All right, let's talk a little bit about this exclusive buyer's agency agreement and procuring cause. So, with changes in the law now requiring a brokerage service agreement, this should not be a big issue anymore. But we'll still go over it anyway, because I'll probably have questions on exam about it. Okay. If I'm working with a buyer, wouldn't I want to know in advance some way, before I enter into this relationship, if they're going to be cheating on me?
Yes.
I'm kind of making it sound like a personal relationship, right? Well, you guys should think of these business relationships as you would a personal relationship. You wouldn't want that other person cheating on you, and you'd want to know in advance, it'd be great if you could find and have a contract that if that person cheated on you, that they would have to pay you something, right? Well, exclusive buyer agency agreements, they have to disclose whether they're already working with an agent or not. I'd like to know that, right? Now they integrated a lot of this stuff from exclusive buyer agency agreements into the brokerage service agreements now. Because the exclusive buyer agency agreements, they did talk about commissions, but there's additional things that are talked about in the new brokerage service agreements. So we owe our buyers, clients, fiduciary duties when working as an agent, right? It helps establish evidence if there was a dispute between two agents from different agencies as to who's representing the buyer and therefore owed the commission. It provides evidence to protect the buyer's agents against claims of discrimination. Because we got the brokerage service agreement, that shouldn't be a big deal anymore. Let me explain this. Why is that? Well, in the past, most MLSs, or all MLSs, showed what the total commission is and how it was being split between agencies. We call that the broker cooperation. So agents would, when they work with buyers, a lot of them don't enter into exclusive buyer agency agreements. Instead, they ask for what kind of home you're shopping for, all that stuff. And if the sellers always paid the commission, and then that would get split. And because the buyer's agent has no control over how much commission that the seller's agent negotiated with the seller, what if they negotiated a very low commission and therefore the split was really low and you don't want to work for a lower amount? Well, you could enter into an exclusive buyer agency agreement with a buyer and say that if the commission does not meet the minimum amount that I'm willing to work for, you have to pay the difference and make up the difference. Okay. A lot of agents didn't like getting into that conversation with buyers. So instead, what they did is they looked through the listings that met the buyer's criteria for the types of homes they were looking for. And then their eyes gravitated towards the commission. How much commission are they offering? I ain't working for that. They're out of their mind. I'm not even going to show this listing to my client. Oh, when you do that, whose interest are you putting first?
Your own.
Your own, above your client's. Mm-hmm. And we know you're supposed to put your client's interest above all others, including your own. So that agent is violating their fiduciary duties to their client by filtering out those listings strictly based on the commission that's being offered instead of having the conversation about it. Now, let's just say you've been doing this, and now your client finds out, hey, how come they didn't show me these properties or this property or this property? They all meet my criteria. And then they draw it on a map, and they put pins on the map of all the properties that you have not been showing them. And if they all happen to be in one area of town, why are you steering me away from that area? If they could prove that you steered them away by simply not showing them those properties that met their criteria, you're guilty of discrimination. Steering is discrimination under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. Somebody does not need to prove that it was your intent to discriminate. You could be like, whoa, I wasn't discriminating against you and keeping you out of this area. I was just looking at the commission that was being offered. Oh, so you were putting your interest above mine? So at this point, you're screwed no matter what you do, right? So it's always good to enter into an exclusive buyer agency agreement when working with buyers. And one of the first questions on that agreement is, are you currently working with another agent? Okay. Because I'm sure they wouldn't want you cheating on them, and I don't want you cheating on me. If they said, yeah, I am working with another agent, but I don't want to work with them no more because they're not answering me. They're not showing me what I want. Oh, so you don't want to work with that agent no more? Okay, then I need you to write a letter saying that you're firing them and you're no longer going to work with them. And then we got to count 3 business days, and then I could start working with you. That's basically the rules on that. However, we got these new buyer's brokerage service agreements now that are in place that are a little different. I could start working with you and showing you properties. However, if that other agent showed you that same property, they may make a claim that they're owed the commission. So make sure you fire them first and do it in writing. Then we'll wait 3 days, and then I'll show you those properties as well so that I could show that I showed you the property. And therefore, I'm the one that's owed the commission. So what is a procuring cause? It's the agent who did the most work leading up to the sale being the cause of the sale. Whether it's because you introduced them to the property and set up the appointments, or you helped them obtain financing, you wrote the contracts, you got them to sign it, you went to attorney review, you started the attorney review process, you get the home inspections and the appraisals done. See, the more work that other agent does. So if you're just the agent that introduced the buyer to the property, and then they disappear off the map, now they start working with another agent. That other agent wrote the contract, submitted the offer, got it accepted, got attorney review, out of attorney review. Now the home inspections are getting done, the appraisal is getting done. The more work that other agent does leading up to the cause of that sale, the more they become the procuring cause and the one that's owed the commission. Difficult to prove, though. Okay, so that's what we call a procuring cause. When 2 buyer's agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, the one who did the most work leading up to the sale, difficult to prove, would be the one who's owed the commission. However, you could start out that process by having an exclusive buyer agreement signed by the buyer that says they weren't working with another agent. Right? Now, if there is a dispute like this, who do you file that complaint with? It's not the real estate commission, because as we learned on the very first paragraph in this book, what is the purpose of real estate licensing law? And we know that the real estate commission enforces real estate licensing law. But what is the purpose of real estate licensing law? To protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. It's not to mediate arguments between 2 bickering agents over who's owed a commission. So who do we file this complaint with?
The small claims court?
Your local realtors association. They want you to keep all this crap out of court because it reflects bad on our industry if we were always suing each other. All right. So they want us first to try to mediate and go through mediation and procuring cause complaint through the panels of brokers that have taken classes to mediate these things. And so you file that complaint through your local realtors association, and it's their job to listen to the evidence of both parties, and whoever provides the best case and evidence would be the one that's the procuring cause and therefore owed the commission. Now, the REC's job is to protect the public from unscrupulous agents, not mediating arguments among bickering agents over commission disputes. See how I even wrote that in the slides now. So this way, all my instructors can teach the same way I do. Give the same explanations. Okay, you guys want to snap a picture of this explanation? Because the book got an explanation, but it's not as clear.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. Now you guys are going to be independent contractors. So brokers and agents have to enter into employment agreements with each other before they could, apply for your license and affiliate your license with their brokerage firm. Part of that application for your real estate license is that you entered into an employment agreement with the broker. So we call it an independent contractor agreement. All right. And there's I got a link to it here in our shared Google Drive, but there's also a version in your books, except it does not have the sections in it that talk about commission splits. Okay. There's two addendums. An addendum is an additional document that's been added to a contract. So there's two addendums to the independent contractor employment agreements that we all sign. You have addendum A, which covers your compensation that you're going to be paid while employed at the brokerage firm for transactions that you close on. And addendum B, which discusses how much compensation you're going to get upon your termination from a brokerage firm for transactions that you've closed or have not yet closed. Now, can you finish working on those transactions that you've been working on if you've been terminated, meaning if you quit or get fired?
No.
No. The broker is going to need to assign a different agent in that office to finish those transactions. And if that was you, would you do it for free?
No.
No.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't work. I don't work for free either. So that agent that quit or got fired is not going to, if that transaction does close, they're not going to get paid the full commission on it because another agent had to finish the job. So they're going to have to get paid a portion of that. Depending on how much work was left to be done would dictate how much that other agent's going to get. So that needs to be spelled out in addendum B of the independent contractor agreement. And that could be kind of a pain in the butt too. So some brokers, they just say, if you quit or get fired, any transaction that you were working on that you have not closed on, you get nothing. No zoop for you. Okay, you don't get paid nothing. So read your employment agreements before you sign them. That's all I'm saying. Know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
All right. So, and the broker has to, so all independent contractor employment agreements, they don't need to be the standard one that was created for us by New Jersey Association of Realtors. Some brokers have their own custom employment agreements. So if they do, they have to have these things in them. Addendum A, addendum B, and the broker needs to have an agreement that they promise to pay you your commission within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. Right? Broker doesn't need to pay you commission unless they got the money, right? So they have to pay you within 10 days of the closing or as soon as the check clears. And there has to be a provision in the contract that the broker or you can't just make changes to your employment agreement unilaterally on your own. Both parties need to agree to any changes in your employment agreements. And check this out. Brokers must also provide to an agent a written account of all monies due to the salesperson for transaction pending after termination within 30 days of their termination. So they give them some time to try to figure out if they're going to be paying them some money, how much work needs to be done, and if that transaction closed, how much they're going to make on it, you know. So they have to do some calculations there. So within 30 days, they need to provide that to the agent that was terminated. That's why I said some of them say that's a big pain in the butt, so it's better off just saying nothing. You lose out. If you quit, you're not getting paid anything on those transactions that you didn't finish. So sometimes agents ask me, so what should I do? Should I finish out all the transactions before I leave that brokerage? No. Because you're going to be prospecting still, and you're going to get new clients, and then it's going to be like a never-ending thing. I want to leave, but I can't leave because I got new transactions now, and it's a never-ending story, you know. Provided that you're working and getting clients, you know. So what I advise is, listen, close out as many as you can, and then, you know, cut the dead meat, take a loss on some of those transactions that you may not get paid on, and just go start working at someplace else where you're going to have your peace of mind and you'll be more comfortable at. Okay. It may not be possible for you to close all of your transactions without at some point cutting off your total income. Because if you close out all your transactions, now you move somewhere else and you got nothing, you're starting from scratch, right? So let's do the highlights for that. Independent contractor agreement can be found on page 37. Compensation that you're paid while you're working at brokerage is called Addendum A. Addendum B down here for after you leave. And the broker promises to pay you within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. And they got to give you accounting within 30 days of your termination.
Got it.
Okay, you both good?
I got it.
All righty. All right, now we're going to get into advertising. Thought we were going to be past this by now. All right, so when it comes to advertising, there's a lot of rules that we need to follow, not just by the Real Estate Commission. There's also federal laws, state laws, contract laws, and laws by the Real Estate Commission. So, New Jersey Real Estate Commission regulates advertisements offering to sell, buy, exchange, auction, or rent real property. And these rules are intended to let the public know exactly with whom they're dealing with. All advertising must comply with state and federal regulations, no matter what form of media that you're using. Whether it's print ads like in magazines, newspapers, or mailings, television, radio, social media, internet, websites, MLSs, etc., or billboards. Now, if you don't have enough room in your ad to put all the required disclosures, if you can't find a workaround to make those disclosures available, don't do it. You need to comply with the law. You can't just say, oh, I didn't have enough room. Well, then, if it's online, make a link to a pop-up that will show all the disclosures, you have to find a workaround. And if you can't, don't do it. You're required to disclose something, you're required to disclose something by law. And not doing so can make you financially liable, it could affect your license, or even give you jail time, depending on what it is. So, all ads for real estate must state the brokerage name, the agency, the company name, not the broker's name. The broker's name, broker is the person. The brokerage is the company, okay? Your company's name, the brokerage name, needs to be displayed in all your advertisements that you do. The term realtor, realtist, real estate broker, or real estate agency, or have the realtor's logo. You guys ever see these realtor logos like this?
Yep.
There's also one available in red that usually pertains to commercial real estate. Okay. Anybody ever hear the term realtist before?
No.
Okay. A realtist is a member of NAREB, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, which is an African American Association of Realtors. Yes, we have to point out our differences because they're not already obvious, right? So we got to find new ways to segregate each other. Okay. But check this out. I could join that organization. Look at me. I don't fall into the category of being African American, right? because that would be discrimination if they kept me out of it under the federal law of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. So members of NAREB are called realtists. That's what a realtist is. Okay. Now we also have African American Association of Realtors. We have Asian Association of Realtors, which is based in Edison, called AREA, American Asian Association of Realtors. We have a Hispanic Association of Realtors. We have Women's Council, which actually me and my ex-wife actually started that in New Jersey. We introduced it to New Jersey, even though we're nowhere in the roster anymore, referenced. They kind of like cleaned us from the whole credited thing of that. Now, brokerage's name must be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. Don't worry, you could still have your big cheesy photo of yourself up there. Licensee's name must appear exactly as it is on your real estate license, with the exception of your middle name or initial, which need not be used. You're allowed to use a nickname in your advertisements, as long as you use your real first name and your last name. You could replace where the middle name would go with like a nickname or an Americanized name. You know, some people, they have foreign names which are difficult for Americans to pronounce. You know, so they go by like an Americanized version of their name that they prefer to go by. That, oh, people just call me this. You know, well, you could use that where your middle name would go. Okay, that's allowed, but you still need to use your real first name and your real last name in all ads. Salespeople, their websites must have a link back to the brokerage's website and include the brokerage's phone number. Phone numbers in ads have to state what they are too. Cell, fax, office. You must never, ever, 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 ever use the term home office. Can anybody tell me why?
You cannot put a mayor office on your home. Really?
Correct. You don't have to have an office in your home, right? Only a broker can have a home office, right? All right, so let's take a look at this. Here's a link to the a business card guide. So I got the link here in the shared Google Drive as well. This is what your business cards should look like as salespeople. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to have this layout, but you know, gives you the basics. You know, the brokerage's name is in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. You could still have your big cheesy photo there. You see that with the big smiley face? Your real first name and last name needs to be used. You could put an optional nickname in there that you prefer to be called. Now, your title, you could put salesperson. You could put, I used to put LIC.RE salesperson. So licensed real estate salesperson. You could put salesperson, sales representative, sales associate, or realtor associate, or realtist associate. Okay. How come we don't just put realtor?
The realtor is not a person.
As your title, instead of putting realtor associate, how come we can't put realtor?
Realtors.
It's not an
Broker is a realtor.
Only a broker can be a realtor. A realtor is the member of the association, and technically only a broker is. You are therefore getting your membership through your association with the broker, so therefore you're a realtor-associate. Listen, most agents out there that have been working in the business for years don't even know this. Yeah, they put down realtor on their business cards all the time, but they shouldn't. You can put your website, the phone number, but you got to write what it's to, and the address of your brokerage. Okay. And if you're a broker, you could write these things. It's basically the same layout and stuff, except the title's different. You can put in broker, broker salesperson, broker associate, associate broker, realtor dash associate, or broker dash salesperson. So property ads must specify the municipal location where the property is located. So anytime you advertise a property for sale or rent, you can't just say, it's near this. It's in the vicinity of something. You have to specify what what municipality it is in. You guys know what a municipality is?
Yeah, it's like Middlesex is like a county, right?
Well, Middlesex is a county. Municipality is like the name of a city, town, township, borough, or village. New Jersey has 5 types of municipalities, and that's the ones that we have: cities, towns, townships, boroughs, and villages.
Right.
Why don't we just call them municipalities? Why do they got these special names to them? Anybody know that?
No.
This is a little factoid that you don't need to know for exams. Full of that useless information I told you about, right? It's the form of government structure that has been chosen to manage the municipality. Interesting little factoid. And then you could go to sites like Wikipedia and ask about the different types of municipalities in New Jersey. You know, like cities. I got a friend that will fight with me and argue with me till he's blue in the face and says it can't be considered a city unless it has a hospital in it. It's based on the population and it has to have a hospital in it to be considered a city. Really? I live in the city of Linden. There's no hospital there. Explain that to me. You know, I mean, I already debunked your argument. You know, and he'll still yell at me and say, it's got to have a hospital. You know, I'm like, dude, is Linden not a city? The city is just another form of management of government, you know, of the municipality. And cities usually have a mayor and a city council. Okay. Now you could have different structures of that. You could have a weak mayor with a strong council, or a strong mayor with a weak council. And I'm not going to get into explaining what that means. Okay. But there's a lot of different structures of the municipalities. But when it comes to advertising, you can't just say, oh, it's in the area of this, or it's in the vicinity of something. Like, let me give you an example. You guys familiar with the Edison Island area?
I don't.
Route 27 runs alongside the train tracks over there. And then Island then runs up to and backs up to Edison. Well, if you're on Route 27, there's a road that you could turn off onto. And now they have a sign there. It says Edison Tower. It's pointing to it. There's a section over there referred to as the Edison Tower section, because Thomas Edison, the inventor, you know, he had laboratories all over the state of New Jersey conducting experiments. In that Island Edison, right at the border over there, there's one of the right off of Route 27. You go up 1 or 2 blocks. It looks like you're going through an area of a residential area where it's all tree-lined streets on both sides. Then all of a sudden it'll open up and it's a big open sky. And you see this giant tower that looks like that tower monument in Washington, D.C., the National Monument in Washington, D.C. It looks like a smaller version of that. And this is the Edison Tower. It was one of his laboratories. And so it still stands there. And now that whole area where all those houses are is referred to as the Edison Tower section. However, on one side of the street, it's Edison, the other, it's Island. Different cities, different services, different taxing bodies, different school districts, different sanitation pickup, because Island is part of the Woodbridge townships, right? So kids would go to Woodbridge High School instead of Edison High School, for an example, right? So you see how that could be important to a parent who's buying a house. They may want the kids to go to Edison and not to the Woodbridge school. Edison schools are typically better than the Woodbridge ones. All right. So you can't just say in the vicinity of Edison Tower, unless you also state the name of the municipality it's in. In the vicinity of Edison Tower, Edison. In the vicinity of Edison Tower, Island. That's perfectly fine then. Okay. So don't get fooled on exam when you get a question that says you could never use the term in the vicinity of. Sure, you can, as long as it's not in place of, in lieu of the municipality's name where the property is actually located. Good?
Yep.
So, municipal location doesn't need to be included in the ad if the property's under a heading of Edison. You don't need to put in each individual property ad underneath that heading, it's an Edison, 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 because you're under a heading of Edison, right? Does that make sense? Like on a magazine or a newspaper or a website, if there's a heading, properties in Edison, all the ads for properties underneath it, they're all in Edison. You don't need to write in each individual ad then that it's in Edison because it's under a heading already, disclosing that. If in an ad you mention membership in an MLS, well, there's more than one MLS in New Jersey. I already told you that. I didn't get into all the MLSs yet, but there's more than one MLS in New Jersey. So if you use one of these generic logos, MLS, and you say that you're a member of an MLS, you have to spell out the full name of every MLS you're a member of in that ad.
What about if you, look, since you say it's more than one, I mean,
If you're members of more than one MLS, you have to spell out the full name of every MLS you're a member of. You can't just use a generic logo like this in the ad or say member of MLS. Well, which one? Cape May County MLS? New Jersey MLS? Garden State MLS? New Jersey MLS? There's a bunch of MLSs. I think we got about 8 of them here in New Jersey. So which one? So let me finish reading this. So if in an ad you mention you're a member of an MLS, you must spell out the full name of every MLS you're a member of in the ad if it's more than 20 lines or wider than one column. This does not include business cards or for sale signs. You can use the generic logos and not spell it out, the name of every MLS you're a member of. Don't worry, on the coming slide, I think it's the next slide or a slide after that, I'm going to go over all the different MLSs. Ads that refer to a home warranty in the ad must state if the warranty is mandatory, if an inspection is required, who's responsible for paying the fees, etc., etc., etc. So basically, anytime you mention something in an ad, you put something extra in an ad that may have the consumer asking questions about it in their own head. Full disclosure is required. You can't just say home warranty. Okay, is it coming with the home warranty? Am I responsible for paying it, or does the seller pay it? How long is the warranty? What does it cover? Who's the insurance company? Is an inspection required in order to get that warranty? Full disclosure is required. So here's the basic rule of thumb to go by. Full disclosure is required if offering anything extra where the consumer may have additional questions. If you mention buyer rebates in an ad, you must disclose the buyers responsible for paying any applicable income taxes and advise them to consult with a tax professional because they may have to pay taxes on that rebate you're giving them. So now let's do the highlights of what we just went over, or some of the stuff we just went over. And then we'll go to the next slide and we'll do some more highlights of some of the stuff we already went over. And then we'll get into the new stuff, which I think we'll be talking about the different MLSs. Okay, good.
good, got it.
All right. And then on page 21.
Page.
I know on one of these, there may be a slight difference in the wording, because I have someplace over here, there's screenshots that I didn't, get the newer, I didn't put the newer screenshots in the slideshow yet. I think this one is updated though.
Got it.
Got it? All right. So I made this slide up for you guys. It shows you the different MLSs in New Jersey. So you could only join an MLS if you're a broke. Hold on, let's start this over here. All right, so these are all the different MLSs, the multiple listing services in New Jersey. Often people refer to it as the multiple listing system because it's a computer system where we get listings from property owners. We share them with all other licensees by putting them in the MLS database that people can search. So it's often thought of as the computer system now. So they refer to it as the multiple listing system. But it's a multiple listing service, and there are more than one in New Jersey. So here's some of the basics. You can only join an MLS if you're a broker's a member of that MLS. And you're licensed, you have a real estate license, and you're a member of a realtors association in good standing, meaning that you paid your realtor dues and you completed your realtors code of ethics training class that's required within 45 days of your membership, and you need to retake it again every 3 years. You'll be a member of a local, three associations of realtors, a local association, whichever one your broker's a member of, and they'll collect the dues for your membership for their association, the state association, which is called NJ Realtors, New Jersey Realtors, and NAR, the National Association of Realtors. Okay. And let's see. Here's the local realtors associations. There's a bunch of them. Don't know which one your broker's going to be a member of. You have Atlantic City, Board of Realtors, Cape May County, Cumberland County, Liberty, Greater Bergen, Gloucester, Salem Counties Board of Realtors, Mid-Jersey Association of Realtors, Monmouth Ocean Regional Realtors, Nexus Association of Realtors, North Central Jersey Association of Realtors, Ocean City Board of Realtors, Sussex County Realtors, and Warren County Board of Realtors. Not sure which one your broker is going to be a member of, but you'll join whichever one your broker is a member of. Okay.
Is there any specific differences other than just the area? Like does one offer something more than the other one doesn't?
Yeah, some of them may be better than others, as far as offering. They offer training classes and stuff, continuing education, maybe events and outings. Maybe they offer, maybe they also have tools that you get as part of your membership in that Realtors Association, okay, that are available for you. Maybe they give you discounts on certain things, like, I'm a member of the, which one am I a member of? I used to be a member of North Central Jersey. They're pretty good. They used to be in Westfield. Now they're in Morristown. Oh wait, no, that was Gukar, which I was a member of that one too. Yeah, these guys have always been here. Gukar, the Greater Union County Association of Realtors, which they used to be in Westfield, and now I have no idea where the hell they are. You see. Cape May, Cumberland, Liberty, South River, Tenton Fall. I think that Gukar No, that's not them. This is see, some of these associations they merged, changed their names. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to GUCAR, Greater Union County Association of Realtors. Maybe they merged with one of these other ones. I don't know. Yeah, some of them may offer different perks and outings and events for their agents and different stuff like that. Award ceremonies and things. Okay, and then we have the New Jersey Realtors. They offer us a lot of tools. But we'll all be members of New Jersey, the state association. What is this? Housing market data available now that we could download the latest market conditions and reports. Let's take a look. And they got them for previous months. And then they do these quarterly videos, which you could then create your own version based off of this, or just put this as information on your own real estate websites, right? See older skinny videos on YouTube. So there you go. Real Story NJ videos. Yeah, that's their thing. Here, I'll share this with you. Little market research and data and information. If you want specific, look at this. This is state and county reports. They're open that you could get right now, but the available only to realtors are the municipal reports. So they're more specific. Requires a login. I got a login. See what's in there. Let's see what's in there. There we go. Dooby-dooby-doo. What? There we go. The entire state, or let's say specific states. Let's see. Union County. And then you can click on specific municipalities. I live in Linden. Let's click on that. See, they give you all kinds of metrics here for the market report. Adult communities, townhouse, condos, single families. Okay. New listings in September of last year and September of this year. Last year, September, there were 19 listings, new listings added, and in September, there was 28 of this year. So we're getting more listings. And year to date, Linden had 257 listings. Okay. We're not even done with the year yet. Whereas last year, it was 272. Okay. And then you see the median home prices. Let's see. Median sales price 2024 was 587. In September, this is too small for me to read too. Hold on.
567.
567, 500. So it went down a little bit.
At 20 grand, yeah.
Minus 3.4%. Percent of list price received, 104%. So they were offering above market price. Now they're still offering above market price, but only a fraction. And year to date, last year it was 547 average, and now it's 550. So it went up. Inventory of homes went up 29%. Okay, so The market is cooling down a little bit for sellers here. You got more listings, better for buyers. Shortage of listing, prices go up. Months of supply of inventory, 2.6 this time last year. September this year, 4 months on average. Oh, so these are some interesting reports that they give you, huh?
Good info.
So this is stuff that you get with your membership in the State Association of Realtors. Whoop. It's not back in there. All right. So that's how you get to it. Here's your research. I'll give you the link, but this link requires login. All right. And we also have, what else do they have on this website? The State Association of Realtors websites. Well, they got information for consumers, just calculators, it looks like here. Let me see. We got research. The right realtor changes everything. Find yours. Okay. So they got some information, marketing data, guides, and whatnot that you could, copy this stuff and put it on your own website. Distinguishing yourself from the crowd. Yeah. Social media strategies that actually work. Okay. Let's see. They got so they got some help there with marketing and such. Let's see. New Jersey Realtors member poll, buyers and sellers. Okay, so they got information for buyers and sellers here. Different kinds of reports, PowerPoint presentations and such. Member profile, marketing statistics, government affairs, federal issues, state issues, local issues pertaining to real estate. Governor candidate for flood disclosures. We got our own political action committee. Advertising rules and real estate regulations. Issues, mobilization fund, graduated percentage fee. This is the new mansion tax. They call it now the graduated percentage fee. So the real estate commission rules that are updated, look at that. They got it available here. Advertising rules. All right. Doesn't look like they go over anything in specific there. That's not too easy to navigate, so that's kind of worthless. What about this? Still loading. This goes over a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that. So this New Jersey Real Estate Brokers Act and the Real Estate Commission rules. We have education. They have a lot of classes available. They got their own real estate schools, the New Jersey Realtors as well. Designation and certificate classes that you could take for specialization courses for professional development. They got their own continuing education. New Jersey Realtors also supplies a lot of tools for us. Like this legal library is pretty cool. They have an online contracted digital contract form systems. They make available to us free of charge. It's included in our membership. But if you want some advanced features, you got to pay for them. And I have a link that goes directly to it, njrforms.com, that forwards directly to it because it's easier to remember because I forget what their link is. I have to click on it. Okay. So it's njrealtor.com/zipform, or you could use the shortcut, the domain name. I buy domain names and then I point them to stuff. So I got one that's called njrforms.com. It takes you right into the contract form system through zip forms that we get for free, included in our membership dues. This legal library, though, is very useful. If you got any questions, you could submit a question here, and the New Jersey State Association of Realtors will have their attorneys answer any questions you have. But they've gathered a database of common questions that people ask and that have been answered here. Like, can rent be prepaid by tenants in New Jersey? If an offer is accepted, no more showing. Seller's property condition disclosure and the CFA condition disclosure statement. When to disclose rebates to buyers. Fire extinguisher and certificate of inspection. Another change that our governor made here in February. You know that if you sell a house, it has to have a carbon monoxide detector and a fire extinguisher mounted in the kitchen with the hardware it came with, under 10 pounds, within 10 feet of the kitchen or inside the kitchen. Our governor just did away with that requirement for state inspections. However, your local municipality may still require them. Okay, so there's a lot of questions here. Like if you got, you could go by categories too, by rentals, by forms, rules and regulations, sharing wholesalers listing information via social media. Okay. Missing seller's property condition disclosure. Like they got questions about all kinds of stuff. For instance, do you guys know this? Can rent be prepaid in New Jersey by a tenant?
I don't know that answer. I don't see why there can be any harm to it, but
So they can.
I mean, I don't know the answer, but if I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say
Okay.
yes.
Well, see, this is a good thing because some things even agents are not sure about. So we got this database we could go there and reference. Sometimes you go to your broker for the answer, but if your broker don't know, you can come here, ask the NAR attorneys, or just look at this database of questions that have already been asked. Let's take a look. Let's view the response. Can rent be prepaid in New Jersey? Well, any prepaid funds held to secure future rents are considered to be part of the security deposit. This includes the last month's rent. It does not matter how the funds, prepaid funds are labeled. Courts have determined that advance rents in excess of 1.5 times the monthly rental payment violate the security deposit law. The landlord may only require 1.5 times the tenant's monthly rent as security and the first month's rent at the inception of the lease. So the landlord may not require more than 2.5 times the monthly rental at the inception of the lease. This includes your security deposit and the first month's rent.
I still think that's kind of vague, no? Because if I'm the renter and I'm like, hey, look, I just want to pay out the year. That doesn't this is I mean, unless I'm understanding it wrong, this
you're not allowed to.
Okay.
Because they said any prepaid rents are considered security. So therefore, the law only allows a landlord to charge the first month's rent in advance and 1.5 the rental figure as the security deposit. So if you pay anything more than that, it's not allowed. So wait a minute. What about pet security? Can a landlord charge pet security?
Yes.
It does not matter how the prepaid funds are labeled. If it exceeds 1.5 times, if you already got security deposit of a month and a half security, the landlord cannot charge you pet security on top of it. It's still security. So no.
If it's in the rent?
It says, well, look.
No, I'm saying, so if let's say your rent is 1,500, right? But because you have a pet, it's
That's
now
not,
1,650.
okay, that's not security though. That's
Yeah,
additional rent.
correct. So I'm saying is that if it's worded differently to say, okay, it's not pet security, it's not a security payment, but it's a payment you're paying more because you have a pet.
Yeah, because security you pay one time,
Correct.
and it's held on file in an escrow
That's
account.
correct. Yeah.
Okay, but you could pay additional rent. The landlord could charge additional rent that's non-refundable. It's not security. It's additional rent for having a pet.
Yeah.
But what if they're a service animal?
They can't.
They cannot charge any additional fees for having a service animal because it's considered part. The service animal is considered part of your disability. So therefore, they'd be discriminating against you because of your disability. They cannot charge any additional fees for a service animal. This
Even
includes,
emotional support.
including emotional support animals.
Emotional support. Just give
And
me
all you
the
need is a letter from a doctor or therapist on their letterhead with their contact information stating that you have a medical need for one.
that is. I,
Interesting.
I do have one, but we got it for my daughter though. She did. She does need like emotional support for the. But we
Uh-huh.
never include. We know we never. I never told the landlord about that. So
Oh,
I
well,
still get. I still get in charge for every month.
the landlord's charging you for that
But
emotional.
we never raised it though as emotional support.
Uh, okay, well, in order for an animal to be considered an emotional support animal, it doesn't need any special training or anything. You just need a letter from the doctor or therapist saying that it's an emotional support animal. And then a landlord cannot charge you additional fees for it. So you should go to a doctor or therapist and get a letter. It's really easy to do. And say it's an emotional support animal, and you're allowed up to 2 emotional support animals.
Too.
Yep. And it does not matter their breed.
Yeah, the doctor told me that, but I never. Well, I haven't done anything for.
You can have a pit bull or a Rottweiler that's an emotional support animal.
So places that don't allow large animals now have to allow it because it's an emotional support animal.
And if you're going to deny them uh, because of their
Is that
breed
racist?
or stuff,
Is that dog racism?
well, you know
It's
what?
like it's like if you go to a place, let's say you go shopping or you go to a place where they don't accept any dogs inside the store.
And
But
then
if you have a service dog or you have like emotional support, they had to let them in. So
correct. Even if they have a no pets rule.
it's like a discrimination if they don't.
Yeah, it's considered discrimination against your disability because the emotional support animal is considered part of the disability. Like a seeing eye dog, you know. That one's a little bit more obvious, than the emotional support ones. But either way, once they're ruled that way, you know. Now, we'll get into that later. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of explanations of that stuff. That's chapter 4. We'll get into them. All right. So there's a lot of good information in that database. You could even get down to the questions about specifically asking about emotional support animals and service animals, and they actually address them there, along with a host of other questions and issues. So it's very, very useful. Actually, let me get that link for you, even though you guys can't get access to it right now, until you become, get your realtors, till you guys become members, of the realtors organization. Uh, here's that question. Here's that link for that database. So there's a lot of useful stuff on their site. And then we also have NAR, the National Association of Realtors. What's their website? Anybody know? National Association of Realtors, what's their website?
NAR.com.
No.com. Nope. It's realtor.com is the one for the public. The one for us, for the members, that gives us all kinds of market data, marketing tips, discounts on purchases for different things, and advertising ideas and education stuff, and all kinds of information for us on those websites. It's actually called nar.realtor.
That was close.
.com, they got their own top level domain, .realtor.
Look at that.
Yeah. Or you could go to realtor.org, realtor.org, which will forward you to nar.realtor. All right. And that's a website where we get so much information that's available to us that you could drown yourself and bury yourself into all that information and data and useful tools that they give there for months. All right. Now each MLS has their own membership fees. Every MLS in New Jersey, which I got a link to every MLS in New Jersey here, will have a listing of all 21 counties and all 564 municipalities in the state. But the majority of agents will determine which MLS is primary for the area that they're working in based on their usage. So if you get a listing, what MLS should you put it in? You should put it in the MLS that most agents are using in the area where that property is located. That's what determines if it's a primary MLS or not. For instance, if you have a membership, if you have a listing in Linden, in Union County, would you be servicing your client properly if you put it in the Cape May County MLS, which is all the way down here? Probably not, because most agents that have clients that are looking for homes in Union County and Linden are going to be searching the Garden State MLS, not the Cape May County MLS. Hell, they probably don't even have a membership in the Cape May County MLS. And why would they look for a house in Union County down in the Cape May County MLS? Right? Technically, you're abiding by the law and putting it in an MLS within 48 hours and getting your secret pocket listing, but you're not servicing your client's needs properly. And if your client finds out about it, you could be in trouble for that, because if they file a complaint, because even though you're technically in compliance with the law and you put that listing in an MLS within 48 hours, you didn't put it in the MLS that was in the area where most agents are using to shop for that home in that area. So we know that you're looking out for your own best interest and trying to hide that listing. So you could get in trouble if your clients find out and they file a complaint about it. So you should put the listing in the primary MLS for the area where the property is located. You follow what I'm saying there?
Yes.
Okay, so here's a listing of all the MLSs in New Jersey. We got All Jersey MLS, formerly Central Jersey MLS, formerly Middlesex County MLS. Then we have Bright MLS, formerly Trend MLS. They cover the southwestern part of the state of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. Now, even though you could see listings in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, you can't put listings in those areas because you're not licensed in those states. Cape May County MLS, New Jersey MLS, Moore MLS, Garden State MLS, Realty Multiple Listings System, Inc., and South Jersey Shore Regional MLS. They don't even have a website anymore because they merged with one of the others. So I created a guide on this slideshow that I give you an explanation. GSMLS, that's the Garden State MLS, they cover their primary area of coverage is Essex, Union, Somerset, Hunterdon, Morris, Warren, and Sussex counties. All Jersey MLS, formerly Central Jersey MLS, formerly Middlesex County MLS, what do you think their major primary area of coverage is? It's Middlesex County. You know, they've changed their name to try to get a wider market share. So they changed it to Central Jersey MLS, and then they were like, wait a minute, why did we do that? If we're going to change our name, we might as well make it All Jersey. You know, so they changed it to All Jersey MLS again. Okay. Now, it's interesting because All Jersey MLS, I just went to a stockholders meeting there, and they opened up membership to brokers in all counties in New Jersey now. Previously, it was only if you were a Middlesex County located broker, you could get a membership there. Others, and you have voting rights and you got stock, and other agents from other counties can become members. However, they don't become stockholders. The fee is more for them, and there's differences there. So they just opened it up to the state now. What they're hoping to do, they also just integrated a tool that they're getting partnerships with several of these other MLSs. And they got this tool that you could put the listing one time in their MLS, and it also enters that listing and in other MLSs as well, without you having to manually go to each MLS to upload a listing, which is a fantastic time saver. It's not implemented yet, but it's coming. And then we have the Monmouth Ocean Regional MLS, or MORE MLS. Now they merge with the Southern Ocean MLS and the Cape May County MLS. And coming soon, the All Jersey MLS. Then we have RMLS. This is the Hudson County MLS. Their area of coverage is, guess where? Hudson County, except for the northernmost section of Hudson County, which is covered by New Jersey MLS, which they cover the northern section of Hudson, Bergen, and Passaic. Bright MLS was formerly Trend. They cover everything from Mercer County, down where the Trenton and Princeton area is, down in Mercer. You could draw a straight line down through Burlington and Atlantic, and then make a left through Cumberland, and it covers Salem and Gloucester as well. And then we have Cape May County MLS, where its primary area of coverage is Cape May County, although they also cover some Atlantic, so they overlap a bit. All right. Now, those are primarily residential MLSs. However, you can also put commercial listings, businesses for sale, and land sales in these MLSs. But if you're going to specialize in commercial MLS, commercial listings rather, you want to be in CoStar. That's the largest commercial MLS in the world. Or LoopNet. It's cheaper, younger sister, I guess. They bought LoopNet several years ago, and anything you put in LoopNet goes into CoStar. So there you go. It's more affordable. Still expensive. CoStar is really expensive. Why is it so expensive? Because you're not just paying to put listings in there. You're paying for who can see them. And you're paying for information. They're loaded with information. You guys ever seen shows on TV like Bar Rescue? You see a guy, John Taffer, he goes in, finds failing bars and tries to turn them around.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things he does is he pulls out that map and he shows you that within 1 mile, within a half mile, a mile, and 3 miles of this location, you got mostly singles or mostly married couples or mostly college age kids or mostly blue collar or white collar workers. You know how he runs that down? Where does he get all this information from? CoStar. The database, they gather all kinds of information and have databases of all kinds of information that if you were to put that in the residential MLSs, it would be deemed discriminatory because you can't search for homes based on who lives in an area. However, you could search for commercial properties based on the people that are in the area because that's important. For instance, the bar rescue, he tells you the bar business is a science. You can't just build it and they'll come. You have to put the type of business in the area of your client that's going to serve your clientele right.
Yep.
What about those, those fancy dresses that the Indian ladies wear? They call them saris, those brightly colored dresses.
Yeah.
Now anybody can wear them, right? Anybody can buy them and anybody can wear them. But who buys them more? The Indian ladies, right?
Yep.
So wouldn't it be smarter that if you're going to open a store selling that clothing, that you sell it in an area where there's a higher Indian population?
Of course.
So you could get that information from these MLSs. This is why it costs a lot more. Because it's filled with all kinds of information like that you wouldn't know. Where the hell do I gather that information from?
Yeah.
And now I got to go to Census Bureau websites and such like that, right? You could get it all through one interface here. So you're paying for data rather than access. And by the way, you don't need to have a real estate license to join the commercial MLSs. Property owners can join it.
Okay.
But it costs, so that's why commercial real estate's a little cutthroat. You could be competing against the property owner. You can say, well, because residential agents, they can say, well, I could put your listing in an MLS and share it with all the agents. Well, you try that with commercial property owners, they could say, well, I could do that too. I could pay for the membership and do the same thing. I'm not required to have a license in order to do it. So it's a little more cutthroat. So here are CoStar, LoopNet, CIMLS requires you to be a licensee because this one is owned by the Realtors Association. It's the Commercial Industrial MLS. 10X is LoopNet Auctions, formerly auction.com. Crexi is a commercial marketplace. It's not necessarily an MLS. It's a tool for marketing the commercial real estate. And you could do searches for all kinds of data on these, like how many cars pass by this address every day? Well, they got a database for that. Okay, where did they get that database from? Well, they could have gotten it from the Department of Transportation, the DOT. They sometimes they measure how many cars or vehicles pass by. They used to do it in a way that somebody was standing out there with a counter and a clicker and counting it. Nowadays, they do it. There's a piece of rubber, looks like a rubber hose draped across the road that cars drive across. Okay, kind of like the gas stations. Remember the bell that rang when you drove into those old gas stations? You
Yep.
drove over that rubber hose and it went ding ding, right? It's a counter. It triggers the counter or it triggers a bell, and they got all kinds of information like demographic data, relationship status, ethnicity, religion, if they're owner occupants versus renters, street traffic counts. All this information would be discriminatory in the residential MLSs, even though we can put commercial listings in them as well. All right. Advertising rules about the home warranty. Let's highlight this one. Oh, doesn't look like we're finishing this chapter today. We're already past time. So you can highlight this on page 21. We already went over it, so I don't need to read it again. Guys got it?
Yep.
All right, so we'll pick up tomorrow on Regulation Z. This is a big deal. It will be on both school and state exams, and there's a lot to learn about it. And I'll go over it and make it really easy for you guys to remember. I even created one slide with all the information you need to know about Regulation Z, whereas it covers several pages in this book. Let me, we're going to continue chapter 2 tomorrow. So let me stop the recording now.